From the CSI Baseball Complex here at the College of Staten Island, we welcome you to NCAA Division II baseball action live on the ECC Network. Today's matchup features the Molloy University Lions taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicholas Bavona. I will be solo for today's game number 1 of today's doubleheader between the Lions and the Dolphins. Second matchup between the two teams this week. Friday, we saw the Dolphins take this game against the Lions at a final score of 11-0. CSI was very good in that game, pitching and hitting-wise. Huge game from Ryan Kehoe. Pitched a complete game shutout, allowed 4 hits, 11 strikeouts, and allowed just 1 walk. And CSI got to the Molloy Lions pitching staff early in the game, got 6 runs by the end of the second inning. And a big part of that was A.J. Vigliotti's huge day at the plate. He was 3 for 4 with 6 RBIs on the day to give CSI a huge, big-time momentum boost going into today's game, which originally was supposed to be just one game, but due to inclement weather yesterday, we had a postponement, and now because of that, we have an unconventional doubleheader today. Game 1 being, as scheduled, a 9-inning game with the Dolphins being the home team, and game number 2 being the Lions being the home team in the traditional 7 game. This is also, of course, the McDonald's pregame show. McDonald's, our proud scoreboard sponsor here at the College of Staten Island. We thank you for all their contributions to us. And as we said earlier, this is a huge game for CSI, coming off the momentum boost on Friday. Their second win in conference play, 8th win on the season. Molloy losing their first conference game of the year and that loss on Friday. And CSI will look to do what they did on Friday and try to duplicate offensively what they did, both sides of the plate, and also with their pitching. And on the mound for the Dolphins today is Christian Rice, the freshman. He's coming off a loss in his last start against Queens College. Went 3 2/3, allowed 7 hits, 6 earned runs, 5 walks, 3 strikeouts. Rice will have to do what Ryan Kehoe basically did on Friday. He's going to need to maintain these Lions bats and keep them at least at bay and make sure they don't get on base. Because even with the bad performance they had on Friday, the Lions still collectively as a team are very good hitting-wise. They're hitting just about over 300 on the season, hitting at the 308 mark. So it's a huge opportunity for CSI to get 2 straight wins, maybe even take both games of this doubleheader. They'll have to contend, though, with a also tough pitching matchup for the Lions, as they will be facing Mike Andrioli, who was 4-0 on the season, 3.52 ERA. He has 4 appearances, 4 games started, and does have a complete game on the season. So it will be a tough matchup for the Dolphins in this one. They will have to try to figure out what they can do. If they can duplicate what they did in their last game against the Lions and get to the Lions pitching staff early, they will have a really good chance to win this game. We saw that against Charlie Cucciara. They got 6 runs on him at the end of the second inning, and that was pretty much the difference maker in that game and was a big reason why CSI came out on top with the victory. They'll need to do the same today against Andriola if they're going to have a chance to win today's game, but we already know how good this Lions hitting staff is. Obviously, they're looking for revenge from Friday's game, 4 hits in that one. We know that they can hit. They have 4 players above hitting 300 on the season, and they are really, really good, folks. We spoke about it on Friday. In the series against Mercy before coming into the Staten Island, they scored 55 runs in that series against the Mercy Mavericks. It's a very, very, very good offensive juggernaut team in the Lions. CSI did a great job on Friday, especially with Ryan Kehoe. If they could do it again with Christian Rice, the freshman, they will have a really good opportunity to win this game. Currently, lineups are being exchanged at home plate. National Anthem will also be just in a little bit. As we look at some of the numbers for the Lions, J.J. DeVito leads the team with a .373 batting average. Also leads with it's tied for the team lead with 3 home runs. Also leads in slugging percentage and on base percentage and stolen bases on the year. He did not play in Friday's game, so we'll have to see if he gets to start in today's game. They also have Aiden Larkin, who's batting over .340. Garrett Scalavelli is hitting .337, and Jake McCarthy is hitting .309. They all are tied for the team lead with 23 RBIs on the season. They have been really good for this Lions team. And on Friday, we saw a lineup between both teams in which they didn't really use all their starters. We saw the Castigliones were not in for the Dolphins. As I spoke earlier, DeVito was not in for the Lions. So we'll have to see if any of those guys play. Dolphins will see if they use another interesting lineup like they did on Friday. We saw Brian Burkhead and others get the start in that game. And they all really had a good spark in that game. Every single Dolphins starter had a hit at the end of the day. 14 total for the team. By far CSI's best offensive performance of the season, and they'll definitely look to duplicate that in this game today. But it will not be an easy one, as Molloy is definitely looking for some revenge as they try to take the second game of this as they at least try to take the first game, I should say, of this doubleheader. And it looks like we're going to be having lineups and anthem introduced just a little bit shortly. So while we do that, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back to you with first pitch of today's NCAA Division II baseball doubleheader between the Lions and the Dolphins. Should be a good one, folks, as we'll be right back from this commercial break.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back here at the College of Staten Island for today's doubleheader action between the Lions and the Dolphins. Lineups have just been introduced as well as the national anthem. I will bring you those starting lineups. First for Molloy, leading off for them in left field will be Tom Lebrecht. Batting second will be the center fielder Garrett Scavelli. Batting third will be the right fielder. That would be Anthony Manacero. Batting fourth will be the first baseman, Jake McCarthy. Batting fifth, the shortstop, Aiden Larkin. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, Chris Peralta. Batting seventh, the third baseman, Gavin McAloney. Batting eighth, the catcher, Matt Yip. And batting ninth, the second baseman, Robbie Keane. So pretty much we've seen somewhat of the same lineup in this game that we saw on Friday from the Lions. They will take on CSI freshman Christian Rice, who gets to start for the Dolphins today. Rice on the year is 2-2 with a 4.66 ERA. He started 4 games in all 4 of appearances, 19 in a third innings, and has 22 strikeouts with opponents batting .253 on the season. As we spoke about it earlier, Rice's last start was not the best start for him against Queens College, but he has had some good starts before that against Dominican, Caldwell, and Adelphi. So if he can get back to that momentum boost that he had earlier on in the season and bounce back from that start against Queens, he'll have a really good chance today, and especially with the way Ryan Kehoe pitched on Friday. If he can take anything away from that game from Kehoe, he'll have a great opportunity to win this game for CSI and get them a great time action. We'll have to see what happens in this game. As I spoke about it, Molloy is going to look for some revenge after that game on Friday. Only 4 hits, their lowest of the season. First time all year they've been shut out. So CSI really got to them on Friday, and you got to believe that they're going to come in today. They're going to be very aggressive at the top of this game. Lebrecht will lead it off for them. We'll have to see how he does in his first at bat. Lebrecht on Friday went 1 for 4 with a strikeout. He'll look for a big-time leadoff hit potentially as Christian Rice gets the hill for the Dolphins, looking to get the big win today for CSI. If Rice is able to get the win, it'll be his 3rd of the season, as Tom Lebrecht will lead it off for Molloy. Lebrecht on the year hitting .333. He has 16 RBIs and a slugging percentage of .544. This will be his 19th game played and his 16th start of the season. A very formidable hitter in this Lion offense. As that first pitch is ball. Lebrecht led off game 1, or I should say game on Friday between these two teams with a leadoff double, and Ryan Kehoe would work out of the jam and keep the game scoreless for the rest of the way. And that's a big swing and a miss from Lebrecht to make it 1-1. One from Rice. It's going to be a single into right field. So for the second straight game, Lebrecht gets a leadoff hit for this Molloy offense. And let's see now Molloy can get their first run of this series right here. As Garrett Scavelli comes up to the plate. One of the better hitters in this Lions offense, hitting .337 with 2 home runs, 23 RBIs, and a .548 slugging percentage. As he takes that one for a ball, 1-0. Brecht does have good wheels at first. 7 steals on the year and 9 attempts. Let's see if he goes. He thought about going there. Goes back to first as there's a strike from Rice to make it 1-1. You see the chalk in a dust of wind. It's a very windy day here at the College of Staten Island. As Rice throws it back to first. Count will remain 1-1. Lebrecht goes as they try for the hit and run, but it goes foul to make the count 1-2. Great opportunity for Rice here to get a strikeout. That would be number 20 on the year for him. Correction, that would be number 23 on the season for him. The 1-2 is fouled off. One and two to Scavelli. Pitch is going to be just foul. So 3 straight foul balls forced by Scavelli. Now still in the count 1-2 with LeBrecq still on first base. That one's shot into center field. And, he tried to make the catch in center, but it goes off the glove and all the way to the wall. The Lions just sending him home. Here comes LeBrecq. There will be no throw at the plate. And the Lions strike early with a 1-0 lead on the RBI triple from Scavelli. A tough break in center field for Tyler Martinez as he tried to make the catch in center, just could not get there, went off the glove, and the Lions take advantage and get an early 1-0 lead. As the Dolphins record their first out of the inning there. Be Jake McCarthy now coming up to the plate. McCarthy hitting .309 on the season. 23 RBIs for him. Now second on the team in RBIs after Scavelli's RBI triple, and then that puts him in the team lead with 24. As McCarthy took a first pitch strike. 0-1 from Rice. Is a ball to make it 1-1. Nice inside pitch from Rice to make it now 1-2 in the count. Could really use a strikeout here to record a huge second out with Aiden Larkin coming up next for the Lions. Let's see if he can get it here on 1-2. And the 1-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. A huge punch out for Christian Rice, and now it's a big second out recorded from the Dolphins. That'll bring up Aiden Larkin now with the .340 batting average, and now also tied for second with 23 RBIs on the season. Rice an out away from minimal damage if he can get out of here. There's a first pitch strike. So on Friday, Ryan Keough had a lot of first and second pitch strikes, and that was key to success for him in that game. Rice got into a little bit of trouble early on, but has so far been cruising with the strikes. As that one's a ball. One and one the count, 2 outs. And that one's low for ball 2. Chris Peralta on deck for Molloy if the Lions were able to keep the inning going. And that one's there for strike 2. So Rice a strike away from getting out of the inning and keeping a 1-0 from Molloy. He'll have a chance here with a 2-2 pitch. And the 2-2. Grounded up the middle and through for a base hit. And it is now a 2-0 lead for Molloy here on the RBI single for Larkin. That brings up Chris Peralta now. We saw on Friday, CSI jumped out to the early 2-0 lead in the bottom of the first inning. And it is now Molloy that jumps out to the early 2-0 lead. That RBI for Larkin now ties him with Scavelli with 24 RBIs on the season. As there's a strike for Rice. Runner on first, 2 outs. Larkin is also dangerous on the bag. He's 8 for 10 this year in stolen base attempts. As he takes as Peralta, I should say, takes the ball to make it 1-1. The 1-1 is foul to make it 1-2. So another 2-strike count for Rice, looking to get a huge third out and keep it 2-0 going into the bottom half of the first inning for the Dolphins. The 1-2 from Rice, and he throws it back to first, check Larkin. Larkin's going. And that one is going to be a foul ball. If that one was to stay fair, folks, that would have been an easy RBI double for Peralta. But a big sigh of relief as it goes foul down the right field line to keep the count 1-2. Let's see if the Lions attempt to do another hit and run here. Peralta on the year hitting .333, does have a tie for team lead in home runs with 3 and 8 RBIs. So he definitely does have some pop in his bat. As he fouls it off again. Molloy's done a good job of that here in the top of the first inning. They have fouled off a couple pitches, and it's led to some mistake pitches from Rice. Two runs, 3 hits here in the top of the first for Molloy, looking to attack for some more. The 1-2 from Rice. Inside for ball 2. The 2-2. Half swing. And it's called for strike 3. And that is a big-time strikeout for Christian Rice to get out of the inning, as it's a 2-0 lead for the Lions. 3 hits for Molloy in that top of the first inning. They get 2 runs as well. CSI will look to see if they can match it in the bottom of the first inning. Molloy up 2-0. Dolphins coming to bat.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex here at the College of Staten Island. Molloy with an early 2-0 lead. They got 3 hits in that inning. RBIs from Scavelli and Aiden Larkin. Dolphins will look to have some duplicates of what they did on Friday. They were able to score 2 runs in that bottom of the first inning to strike first. Now it is Molloy that has struck first in this game. CSI will look to tie it or at least trim the deficit to 1. As Michael Kehoe will lead off. He led off in the game on Friday. He has been a very good hitter for CSI on the year. He's hitting .370 with a .543 slugging percentage, a home run, and 5 RBIs. He won 1 for 4 in that game on Friday. Was walked and also hit by a pitch as he takes the first pitch ball. And that one also misses for ball 2. Dolphins line up Kehoe in left field, Shendy Ulaj at first base, Angel Santiago in right field, AJ Vigliotti behind the plate, batting 4th, batting 5th, Vincent Weigel at third base, Thomas Martin batting 6th at the designated hitter, Tyler Martinez batting 7th in center field, Nick Cipoletti batting 8th at short, and Satera batting 9th at second base. It is now a 3-1 count for Kehoe. And he leads off the inning with a walk. And after already trailing 2-0, this is the best start the Dolphins could ask for. Kehoe did have a steal in that game on Friday. Shendy Ulaj now comes up. He's batting .327 on the year, 12 RBIs, and a .423 slugging percentage. He went 2 for 5 in that game on Friday with an RBI. As he takes the first pitch strike. I mentioned earlier the starter for Molloy, Mike Andrioli. Could do his stats in a second. That one's low in the dirt for ball 1. Andrioli on the year, 4-0, 3.52 ERA. As I said earlier, he has started 4. This will be now his 5th start of the year and his 5th appearance. 23 innings pitched, and opponents are batting .214, so he's had himself a strong start. But the leadoff walk, and now down in the count 2-1 here, gives CSI a great opportunity to maybe pounce and try to get at least 1 run on the board. As that one is fouled to make it 2-2. 2-2 the count. Kehoe is running. Fly ball into left center field. Catch is going to be made for the first out. Catch is made by Scavelli. And Kehoe will have to retreat to first base. Now bring up Angel Santiago. Santiago on the air hitting .263. No RBIs to his belt with a .316 slugging percentage. And the game on Friday, he went 1 for 5. As he took a first pitch strike to make it 0-1. And he takes a big swing and a miss. And quickly is behind in the count, 0-2. Saw Kehoe running on that previous at bat from Ulaj. Let's see if he does it again here with the 0-2 count. And just like that, 3 pitches, and Santiago is down looking. Big strikeout for Andreola to get a second out. And it's a big timeout considering here is now A.J. Vigliotti coming up to the plate. Vigliotti was huge in the CSI win on Friday. 3 for 4, 6 RBIs, and it was a triple shy of the cycle. Had a nice towering shot to left field as he takes a first pitch strike. Pretty much almost getting to the new soccer field here at the College of Staten Island. Hitting just the track. Vigliotti's had himself a nice first year here with the Dolphins. As he takes a ball to make it 1-1. Bigliotti on the air hitting .348. That home run on Friday was his 3rd home run. Now leads the team in that category. Also has 17 RBIs and a .630 slugging percentage. Those all lead the Dolphins this year. He's had himself a great campaign as he's now up in the count 2-1. And his freshman counterpart Vincent Weigel on deck, and he's also had himself a great start to his CSI campaign. 2-1 is ripped into left field. It's a base hit. Another big hit for Vigliotti. And because of the bobble in left field, Kehoe now goes to third. So that's going to be a single, and it should be an error on the play from Molloy. And now Vincent Weigel coming up to the plate with a great RBI opportunity. First and third. He is the go-ahead run at the plate. Seems as if LeBrecq just lost the ball and bobbled it in left field. And that could be very, very costly in this at-bat. Because it gives the Dolphins now a chance to bring home at least 1 run with a base hit. The 1-0. It's outside, ball 2. Weigel on the air hitting .364, a home run, 10 RBIs, and a .523 slugging percentage. He's second on the Dolphins in batting average this year. And he's quickly in the count, 3-0. And if you're Molloy, you have to consider, do you maybe walk him here to load the bases? Try to get the force at any plate. The 3-0. Call for a strike 1. If Weigel was to get on, it would be Thomas Martin on deck with potential bases loaded. And that one is outside for ball 4. So the Dolphins have the bases loaded, 2 outs, and Thomas Martin coming up to the plate. Martin has seen limited action this year for CSI, but one hit right here would tie the game potentially for CSI as they try to come back from this 2-0 deficit. And that one is outside for ball 1. Andreoli has no open bases left, cannot afford a walk here, or else the run will come in. And that one's a strike. Martin, I should say, is looking for his first RBI of the season. And he's up in the count now, 2-1. Kehoe at third, Vigliotti at second, and Weigel at first. Bases loaded for the Dolphins, 2 outs, and a 2-1 count for Thomas Martin. And that one is high for ball 3. So Martin with a great driver's seat position, up 3-1 in the count, and is a potential pitch away from walking in the first Dolphins run. The 3-1, he thought it was ball 4, it's strike 2. And now a huge pitch here. The runners will be going on this pitch no matter what. 3-2, 2 outs. Martin at the plate, trying to bring home the first Dolphins run. Here goes the runners, and it's way outside for ball 4. We spoke about it earlier. It's a very unconventional day with the doubleheader that we have, and that's a very unconventional way that the Dolphins score their first run of this game. As Tyler Martinez comes up to the plate, he has a new number today, number 39, usually number 30 on the roster. But a chance for him here to give the Dolphins the lead with a single. As he takes the first pitch strike. Martinez was 1 for 4 in the game on Friday. As he fouls that one back. So Andrioli is a strike away from minimal damage, keeping this a 2-1 lead for Molloy. As Martinez now will have to protect the plate. Try to give the Dolphins any chance here. And that one is low and inside for ball 1. Martinez cannot afford to chase at any pitches. And that one's a ripping foul ball. Into the bleachers. Count remains 1-2. And Martinez just got a piece of that one. Count will remain 1-2 for the Dolphins center fielder. Dolphins have a tough time looking for that previous foul ball that Martinez had. Here comes the 1-2. And that one is swung on and missed for strike 3. A big-time punch-out forced by Andrioli to get out of the inning and keep minimal damage on the board for CSI. Dolphins do get their first run of the game on a walk. Now, we'll have to see what happens in the top of the second inning, where the Dolphins now trailing 2-1. Molloy on top.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back in the CSI Baseball Complex. A 2-1 lead now for Molloy as the Dolphins trimming the lead with a RBI walk for Thomas Martin. That RBI was Martin's first of the season, and in a very unusual way to get your first RBI of the year, as he gets the walk to bring home Keogh from third base. Nonetheless, the Dolphins get their first run of the game, now trim the deficit to 2-1. As Gavin McAloney will lead off the top of the second inning for the Lions. McAloney on the air is hitting .289, a home run, and 11 RBIs. As he takes a first pitch ball to make it 1-0. That one is going to be ripped into right field, and that is a leadoff single for McAloney. Now the fourth hit of the day for the Lions offense. As Matt Yip coming up to the plate. So the second straight inning, the Lions get a leadoff base runner. They brought home 2 in the top of the first inning. They're looking to bring home some more here in the top of the second. As Yip with a .228 batting average, 2 home runs, 12 RBIs on the season. Getting the start today at catcher. As that one almost hits him. It'll be ball 1. Rice was able to get out of the last inning and only allowed 2 runs. Keep the Dolphins within reach. As that one is in the dirt for ball 2. 2-0 count. And that's now high for ball 3. So quickly a 3-0 count for Yip as he looks to get on first base with a walk. And that one is low for ball 4. So not a strong start to the second inning for Rice. The leadoff single, now the walk. And now Robbie Keane coming up to bat for the Lions. Hitting .289 on the season, no home runs, 12 RBIs. Second on the team, though, at on-base percentage with .439. As he takes a first pitch strike. He was 0 for 3 on Friday. So looking for his first hit of this series against the Dolphins. The 0-1. Keane shows bunt to throw to second. He got him in time. What a throw from Vigliotti and a great tag at second base. We'll get you that replay in a second. A big out number 1 for CSI. And a costly base running mishap from McAloney. Now it's in center field. He's got to drop in front of Martinez for a base hit. So once again, the Lions will have first and second, this time with 1 away. Here's the replay on the out at second. And a great job by the Dolphins. And a great heads-up play from Vigliotti to notice the runner was caught. And a huge first out for CSI there, but now a single forces first and second again. This time with 1 away. As there's a first pitch ball to Tom LeBrecq. Breck with a single in his first at bat was able to come around and score. Looking to bring home a run here. As he just gets a piece of that one and hits a foul to make it 1-1. LeBrecq had one of the only 4 hits on the day for the Lions on Friday, with that leadoff double in the top of the first inning. Led off this game with a single As that one's low in the dirt, and Vigliotti's going to have no play. Both runners will advance. And now 2-1 in the count. And now forces an interesting position for CSI. First base is open. And you would have to play at any base with Garrett Scavelli up on deck. He does have an RBI already to his belt today. Rice will have to try to work out of this jam to keep it 2-1. That one is swung on a miss. Rice a strike away from a big-time second out here in the top of the second inning. Swung on and missed. Strike three. You could not have asked for a big-time strikeout right there from Rice. And a huge second out force by the CSI freshman. He's now an out away from getting out of the jam. Garrett Scavelli coming up to the plate. Did have an RBI hit his last time up. RBI triple. A single here would bring home both runners. As he takes a first pitch strike. Anthony Manacero on deck. Once again, first base is open, so that could play a factor into this at-bat. We'll see how Rice approaches the rest of it. Up 0-1 in the count. And that one is foul, and immediately it's 0-2. So Rice will try to make him chase something on this pitch to get a big-time strikeout to end the inning and keep it 2-1. Huge pitch here. 0-2 for Rice. Looking to get out of the inning. And that one a tie for ball one. Scavelli looking to add to his team lead in RBIs right here with one swing. The 1-2. And it's called for strike three. What a great job by the CSI freshman Christian Rice. Back-to-back strikeouts after the pass ball to get out of the inning, and a big-time sigh of relief for the Dolphins. The Lions strand two. They're not able to add to their lead. We will go to the bottom of the second inning. CSI trailing 2-1.
Well, for me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex with the Dolphins trailing 2-1, but they got out of a major jam in that last half inning. Second and third, one out. Christian Rice was able to get back-to-back strikeouts to get out of the jam and keep it a 2-1 lead. And also keep in mind the big play at second base forced by A.J. Vigliotti to force the big out number one. Rice was able to get back-to-back Ks after a wild pitch, and it's now 2-1 still here in the bottom of the second inning as Nick Cipoletti takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. Cipoletti had a great day at the plate on Friday. He was 3 for 5 with an RBI, and he's quickly up in the count 2-0. He's going to rip that one into right field. And that's going to go over the head of the right fielder and back to the track at the wall. Cipolletti's rounding second. He's going to third. The throw is not going to be in time. Big spark for CSI to start off the bottom of the second inning. It's a lead-off triple for Nick Cipolletti. He continues to hit a hot bat as Manacero just seemed to have lost the ball. And that could be very, very costly for the Lions here. That one's up the middle. Going to be a tough play to first. The throw is going to be in time. Run will score for CSI as they now have tied the game at 2. So that's going to be an RBI ground out for Anthony Cetera. As the Dolphin top of the order gets back up, it's Michael Kehoe. We'll show you the replay of the Cipolletti triple. And here it is right here. You see Cipolletti he saw that the outfielder had trouble with it and was able to take advantage, gets a nice triple, and because of that, he was able to score. And because of that, it led to the RBI ground out to now tie the game at 2. As Kehoe, who got on first base the last time with the walk, is now up in the count again, 2-1. And he will foul that one back to make it 2-2. And the 2-2 just misses for ball 3. Lions were not happy with that strike, or I should say that pitch, as Kehoe hits that one to short. Going to be a tough play. Throw to first base. In time. Great throw from short from Aiden Larkin, and a huge second out forced by Molloy. Back-to-back groundouts for the Lions defense that have been really tough to make the throw to first, but they've gotten it in time. And it's now 2 outs for Shendi Ulaj as he fouls the first pitch back. Could have been disaster if the Dolphins were to reach base. But instead now 2 outs, nobody on for Shendi Ulaj. And he will rip that one to second base. Another tough ground ball. Throw to first is going to be in time to retire the side. Dolphins do get a hit in the inning, and it leads to the game-tying run on the RBI groundout from Anthony Cetera. We will now go to the top of the third inning with the Dolphins and the Lions tied at 2 apiece.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we are back here at the College of Staten Island with the Dolphins and Lions now tied at 2 apiece. Nick Cipolletti led off the inning with a triple, was brought home on the RBI groundout from Cetera, but gotta give credit to the Lions defense. They were big time in that inning, especially Robbie Keane and Aiden Larkin. Huge defensive plays in the field from Molloy to keep this game tied. We now start the top of the third inning. And the first pitch from Rice is called for a strike. Anthony Manacero leading off. And that one is inside for ball one. Manacero fouled that one off. And it's now 1-2. Manacero 0 for 1 of the day. Grab off the middle. Cipollini with a dive. Throw to first. In time. What a web gem play by Nick Cipollini. And a big out number one forced by the Dolphins. McCarthy coming up to play for the Lions. Here's a quick look at that play. Cipollini with the dive at second base. Throw to Martin was in time. What a play. Huge out number one forced by CSI. I should say to Ulash. I should say Martin on that play. And speaking of Ulash, he's able to make the play there. And just like that, there are two away. Here comes Aiden Larkin now to play. What a play by Cipollini. Had the big triple in the bottom of the second inning, and now a great defensive play here in the top of the third inning. Larkin showing bunt as he takes strike one. Some great defense being played early on in this game from both sides. As there's a ball 1-1. And that one misses for ball two. 2-1 in the count for Larkin. He had an RBI hit his last time up as he takes strike two. And when you get good defense like that, folks, from your shortstop, it really builds confidence in your pitcher going the rest of the way. So we'll have to see how Rice fares throughout the rest of this game. But what a great play by Cipollini there. As that one is low in the dirt for ball three. And now a full count at 3-2 for Larkin. Three and two the count. Martin rips that one into left field. Keogh was under it. Makes the play despite the sun and retires the side. And we'll get one more look at that great defensive web gem from Nick Cipollini to record the first out of the inning. Dolphins defense after a nice strong start early in this game. Can their bats get them some runs to take the lead? We'll find out as we head to the bottom of the third inning, tied at 2 apiece.
Well, for me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like, I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Bottom of the third inning here at CSI. Tie game at 2 apiece with Angel Santiago leading off for the Dolphins as he fouls off the first pitch. The 0-1. Fly ball into right field. And it's going to be out of play. And Santiago quickly down in the count 0-2. He went down looking his last time up on 3 straight pitches and is now in danger of doing that again with this 0-2 count. And that one is a ball to make it 1-2. Three, 4, and 5 for the Dolphins here in the bottom of the third inning. They look to take the lead for the first time today. And the first base umpire is saying ball 2. Lloyd dugout not happy about the call. Santiago hits that one to short. Larkin on to first. And there's a first out for the Lions. Here comes A.J. Vigliotti up to the plate for the Dolphins. He's 1 for 1 of the day. Vigliotti just swinging a very hot bat right now for CSI. As that one misses for a ball, 1-0. That one's called for strike 1. One is in the dirt for ball 2. Be a 2-1 count to Vigliotti. And he rips that one foul to make it 2-2. It'll be a 2-2 count to Vigliotti. And that one is on the outside for ball 3. Vigliotti looking for a mistake pitch here. 3-2 in the count. And he's going to rip that one into right field. It's a base hit. Vigliotti is going to go for 2. The cutoff is not going to be in time. And Vigliotti is into second with a 1-out double. What a piece of hitting from Vigliotti on the play. That ball was on the outside corner. But Vigliotti able to stretch out and was able to run all the way to second for a leadoff double for the Dolphins. And now a great RBI opportunity for Weigel here with 1 away. And Weigel takes a big swing and a miss for strike 1. Here's the Vigliotti double, and you see it, folks. On the outside corner, Vigliotti somehow able to get that one into right field. Thought about it for a second going to second, and made the decision to go. He gets the double. It gives the Dolphins a great opportunity. As Weigel gets single up the middle, they're sending Vigliotti home. The throw will be cut off and will not be in time. It's a big RBI single for Vincent Weigel to bring home A.J. Vigliotti. And the Dolphins now have a 3-2 lead. Weigel continues his hot start to the season as one freshman brings home the other to give CSI now a 3-2 lead. And Thomas Martin coming up to the plate. Tough play at third. Throw is going to be in time at first to retire Martin for out number 2. As Weigel able to advance to second base on the play. And he'll bring up Tyler Martinez now. Martinez retired his last time up with a strikeout. Another RBI chance for him here to try to increase the Dolphin lead as he takes a big swing and a miss 0-1. Big chance here for Martinez trying to increase the Dolphins' lead as they have a now 3-2 lead on the Weigel single. As Martinez fouls that one off to make it 0-2. Oh, 2 in the count for Martinez. And he swings and misses for strike 3. Andreola gets a big out number 3 to send this one into the top of the 4th inning, but not before the Dolphins plate home another run. And now, for the first time today, they have a 3-2 lead. We head to the top of the 4th inning with the Lions coming to bat.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
And we are back here in the top of the 4th inning here at the College of Staten Island. The Dolphins now have the lead 3-2 on the RBI single from Vincent Weigel, bringing home A.J. Vigliotti as the freshmen just continue to be the key to success for this Dolphins offense pretty much this entire season. Weigel's RBI gives him now 11 on the year, and now gives his other freshman counterpart, Christian Rice, the lead for the first time today. And you got to believe Rice's confidence now going into this inning has got to be really good. Got the great defensive play in the last inning from Cipoletti, Vigliotti, and Weigel were able to bring home the run. And now the Dolphins have the lead for the first time today here in the top of the 4th inning, as Chris Peralta will lead off for the Lions. Peralta 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. And he will foul that one off. Oh, 1 the count. Peralta ripping that one into center field. No chance for Martinez. It's a leadoff single for the Lions. It's now the 6th hit of the day for this Molloy offense. They had 4 all of Friday, so the Lions offense getting back to what they usually do this most part of the season. But they're looking to now tie the game. There's Gavin McAloney coming up to the plate. And he takes a first pitch for a ball. Peralta 4 for 4 in stolen bases this season, so that will be something the Dolphins will have to watch out for. Speaking of watching out, McAloney had to watch that one. It's now 2-0. 2-0 the count. McAloney in the driver's seat in this pitch. Here goes Peralta. And there will be no throw. And he goes into center field now, and Peralta, because of that, is going to take third base. We saw Vigliotti earlier made a great throw to get the out at second. This time, not the strongest of throws, and because of that, it's a stolen base for Peralta, and he reaches third on the throw. And now it gives a great opportunity for Molloy to tie this game with a 3-0 count for McAloney. The 3-0. They give him the green light, and Cipoletti bobbles it now. And that is going to go down as an E6, and it's going to bring home the tying run for the Lions. A bunch of costly mistakes here in the top of the fourth inning for the Dolphins. And it's now a 3-3 game here with Matt Yip coming up. You saw the previous inning. Cipoletti also made a great defensive play. Just was not able to handle that one. As there's a first pitch strike to Matt Yip. Yip walked his last time up. Now comes up with a runner on first, and now the game once again being tied. As he takes the ball 1-1. The 1-1. Swung on and miss for strike two. And this would be a huge strikeout for Rice if he was able to record it to get a big out number one as he tries to keep this game tied. The 1-2. Ground ball to third, and it goes by Weigel. And it's going to go all the way to the wall, pretty much to the wall. Keel will have to track it down. He throws it into the cutoff man, Cipoletti. And now it's second and third, nobody out for the Lions. A big-time double for Yip. Tough play for Weigel at third base. And Robbie Keane now comes up with second and third, nobody out for the Lions. CSI is in big-time trouble territory, and they're going to have the infield move in on this play as they're waiting for a potential bunt here from Keane, who did show bunt his first time up. And that one is a ball, 1-0. First base would be open if Keane were to walk. And it'll bring the top of the order and Tom LeBrecht on deck. It would give the Dolphins an opportunity to force the out at any base. The 1-0. Call for strike one. And again, the Lions not liking the strike call there. Now 1-1 in the count. That one is ripped into right field. Santiago will make the play. Both runners will advance, and the Lions will take advantage of the sac fly, and they will take now a 4-3 lead. A sacrifice fly for Keane. He brings home the Lions' go-ahead run. They have now regained the lead now at 4-3. That's his 13th RBI now of the season. And it will give Tom LeBrecht now an opportunity at an RBI with a runner on third and only one away. Santiago did a good job of tracking that one down in right field. It did carry a lot. As that one is ripped into right center, it's a base hit for LeBrecht. That will bring home a run, and it will give Molloy a 2-run lead. It's now 5-3 Lions. Tom LeBrecht now with his 17th RBI of the season. And Scavelli coming up now with a runner on first. And a 5-3 lead now for Molloy, as they have now attacked for 3 runs here in the top of the fourth inning. Runner is going. The throw from Vigliotti. In time. Big time out forced by the Dolphins and Vigliotti. And now 2 away here in the top of the 4th inning. Lebrecht caught there. Looking for stolen base number 8 of the season. Scavelli fouls that one off. (5-3) lead now for Molloy. A 1-1 count for Scavelli now with 2 outs and no one out. Big time chance for Rice to get out of the inning unscathed and keep it at least within reach. Throw from Cipoletti forces Ulash off the bag, but he makes the tag to get the final out of the top of the 4th inning. But not before the Lions attack for 3 runs. They now go into the bottom of the 4th inning, back on top. They lead this one 5-3.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Bottom of the 4th inning here at CSI. The Lions have regained the lead now, 5-3. Here in the bottom of the 4th inning, Nick Cipoletti will lead it off for the Dolphins. He had a triple and scored on a RBI groundout from Cetera his last time up. Lions taking advantage of the 2 Dolphin errors in the previous half inning. They put up 3 runs and now take a 5-3 lead here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Aiden Kilty warming up for the Dolphins as the play is made in right field to retire Cipoletti for out number 1. There goes Anthony Cetera. An RBI ground out his last time up, bringing home Cipoletti. Dolphins once again trailing, looking to get a spark. As Cetera takes a first pitch strike. Ground ball, third base. McEloney throws on to first, and there's out number 2. So quickly 2 away retired for the Lions. As the Dolphin top of the order comes back up, and Michael Kehoe. Andreoli starting to get into a little bit of a groove. Gave up 3 straight runs in the first 3 innings, but has retired 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Kehoe takes a first pitch ball to make it 1-0. Kehoe 0 for 1 in the game with a walk. He's also scored a run. And the count now being 1-1. That one in the dirt. Now 2-1. If Kehoe were to get on, Shendi Ulaj would be on deck. And that one is inside for ball 3. Three and 1 to count to Kehoe. And he is on again with another walk. And that will force the tying run at the plate for the Dolphins in Shendi Ulaj. Ulaj with one big swing would not only get his first home run of the season potentially, but would tie the game here. He'll just look to get on base in any any sort of fashion, try to keep the inning going for the Dolphins. As he takes a first pitch strike. Gotta wonder, will CSI maybe potentially send Kehoe on a potential hit and run here? We saw that earlier with Kehoe. And they're sending him. And there will be no throw. Kehoe is into second with a stolen base. Count now is 1-1 on Ulaj, and now he has an RBI opportunity here with a runner in scoring position. Kehoe now gets his third stolen base of the season. The 1-1 is going to be a very, very wild pitch. And it's going to send Kehoe now to third. That one pretty much hit Kehoe on the way, or I should say Ulaj on the way down. And it went all the way almost into the Dolphins' dugout. And if that were to happen, that would bring home the run. 2-1 the count. Kehoe now at third base. Ulaj looking to bring him home to trim the deficit. And there's a big hanging breaking ball, but it's outside for ball 3. And with A.J. Vigliotti on deck, the Lions cannot afford to give him an opportunity to potentially give CSI back the lead. And he will get that chance now as Ulaj walks for ball 4. So we saw Vigliotti in the last game with a towering fly ball to left field, or I should say Angel Santiago. Excuse me, folks, for that one. Santiago will have an opportunity to get Vigliotti up to the plate if he can get on base. Santiago is up with first and third, 2 outs. And he takes strike 1. Santiago is 0 for 2 on the day. Can get on base here. He gives CSI and their freshman a chance as he swings and misses. Maybe got a little bit of a piece on that one to make it 0-2. Santiago, his first 2 times up was down in the count 0-2, and once again is down in the count 0-2. Dolphins cannot afford a strikeout here as they try to trim this deficit. The 0-2. And it's chopped foul. If you're Coach Marr, you know you want to give your hottest hitter in Vigliotti a chance. Santiago needs to get on here, trailing in the count 0-2. And he once again rips that one foul. Still an 0-2 count for Santiago. Ulaj at first, Kehoe at third. Ulaj is going, ball is inside, and Shendi Ulaj will have a stolen base. Shendi had a stolen base in Friday's game. That was his first stolen base of the season. Now has number 2 here, and now gives Santiago a chance with a single here to bring home both runners and tie the game. The 1-2. Low for ball 2. First base is open, but with Vigliotti on deck, Andreoli cannot afford a walk here. The 2-2. Fly ball, heading foul. Santiago is making Andreoli work in this count. 2-2 once again. First base is open, 2 outs. A single for Santiago here would tie the game. The 2-2 again is fouled off. Santiago making him work for it. He is looking for that mistake pitch to bring home both runners. Santiago was to get a single here. It would be his first RBI or RBIs, potentially, of the season. And that one is ball 3. Great at bat being forced by Santiago. And now a huge pitch here. Probably the biggest pitch of the game up to date. 3-2, 2 outs, second and third. The pitch. Fly ball. Right field. And the catch will be made, and a big sigh of relief for the Lions, and especially for Andrioli as he gets out of the inning to keep it 5-3 Molloy. CSI will strand 2. We'll go to the top of the 5th inning with the Lions on top, 5-3. Top of the 5th inning here at the College of Staten Island. The Molloy Lions have a 5-3 lead on the Dolphins. Dolphins had a great opportunity in that previous half inning to tie this game, but Angel Santiago hit a fly ball to shallow right field, and a big-time sigh of relief for Molloy as they keep this lead 5-3. Christian Rice is still on the mound for the Dolphins, but Aiden Keelty is still up in the Dolphin bullpen, so it will be interesting to see how long Rice will go in this game. He has worked into trouble the last inning in the 4th. He gave up 3 runs, but keep in mind there were 2 errors, so that did not really help Rice in that category. He'll look to keep this game within reach for CSI. For Molloy, they will have the 3, 4, and 5 hitters up in the inning. Manacero, McCarthy, and Larkin. Manacero recorded the previous final out of the previous half inning. Looked like maybe had a little bit of trouble with it in the sun. It is a very sunny day here at the College of Staten Island. Could not have asked for better conditions despite the wind. A beautiful Sunday afternoon on CSI. As here comes the 0-1 pitch from Rice. And that one is swung on and missed by Manacero for a strike 2. And if you're Rice, you're looking to get a quick inning to potentially give you one more inning in this game. With 3 2/3 his last time out. The 0-2. And that one is foul back. Oh, 0-2 the count on Manacero. Rice looking for another strikeout here. Ground ball to third. Going to be a tough play for Weigel. He throws on to first. And it is in time for out number 1. Big time out forced by the CSI freshman, third baseman. As Jake McCarthy comes up for the Lions. Rice is just around the 75 pitch mark, so we'll have to see how much longer he'll go in this game. As there's a ball 1-0. You would like to get him a couple more innings, maybe 1 or 2 more, considering that this is a doubleheader. Ground ball to short. Cipoletti is there. Throws on to first, and it's in time for out number 2. Dolphins had some miscues in the field the previous inning. So far, a strong start defensively here in the top of the 5th. As Aiden Larkin comes up now. Larkin today is 1 for 2. First pitch to him. He shows bunt. And that one is going to go foul. Very interesting choice there for the Lions. 2 outs in the play. You don't really normally see bunt attempts with 2 outs. We've seen Larkin a couple times today show bunt. Showed it again there. Had a really good one. Just went foul down the third base line. And he's down 0-1 in this count. The 0-1 in the dirt for ball 1. That one on the outside corner now for ball 2. Have to imagine John Esposito would get the start in game number 2 of this doubleheader. Keep in mind, Dolphins are the road team for that second game of this doubleheader. Molloy will be the home team in the 7-inning doubleheader game, as that one is called for strike 2. Two and two. Rice looking for a strikeout here to get out of the inning. And he just misses it there. Would have been strikeout number 5 for him if it was called. And it's now a 3-2 count there. Strike zone has been very questionable today, as that one just misses outside for ball 4. So a 2-out walk for Larkin, and it brings up Chris Peralta. Peralta got a hit and scored in a run his last time up. That was the tying run of the game at that point. Look to keep the inning going here, as he rips that one over the head and glove of Cipoletti and in for a base hit. It goes by Kehoe now, and that's going to bring home a run. And now there was a collision at third base. That will not matter either way. It's a run for the Lions. A costly error in left field for the CSI left fielder Michael Kehoe, and it now brings home the 6th Lions run. They now lead it 6-3. They'll now go down as the 3rd Dolphin error of the game. Kehoe had a problem fielding it in left field, and that's a really big, costly play for CSI. Now 6-3 Molloy. Dolphins fielding it just really cost them these last 2 innings. And you got to wonder, is Mike Morrow going to make a pitching change here with 2 outs and the runner on second? Rice did retire the first 2 and was just a strike away from getting out of the inning, and then gave up the single and error on the play. And it looks like they're now having a talk at the third base bag, make sure the third base coach is okay. Or maybe even see if there was... It is to make sure the third base coach is okay. Almost a collision at third base on that play. And the run would have scored either way. They would have called interference on the play. But now if you're CSI, you're now trailing by 3 runs. Rice really needs to get this final out of the inning to keep the Dolphins within reach, as that one is on the outside for ball 1. The 1-0 inside for ball 2. It'll be a 2-0 from Rice. Grounded up the middle and through for a base hit. Peralta will score with ease. It is another RBI for the Lions, an RBI hit for McAloney, and it is now a 7-3 lead for the Lions. That's now the 10th hit of the day for this Lions offense. And this is what we were talking about on Friday in the pregame with Joe Foreman. We expected this type of performance from the Lions offense. They know how to hit. It was just a really good, strong performance from Ryan Kehoe in that game to hold them to 4 hits. As Matt Yip, the catcher, takes ball 1. And I spoke about it in this pregame today. The Lions were pretty much looking for revenge from that game on Friday, and they have done so in this game. Top of the 5th inning, and they have a 4-run lead, 7 runs on 10 hits. Yeah, if you're a Molloy fan, this is what you're kind of accustomed to when you're watching these Lions play. That one's fouled off. Be 2-1 in the count. Gotta believe if Rice allows another runner, have to think Aiden Keelty would potentially come into this game to try to keep the damage minimal and keep it within a 4-run deficit. Ground ball to second. Sotero will flip it to Cipoletti, and they will record the final out of the inning. But not before the Lions score another 2 runs to increase their lead. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning with the Dolphins now trailing this one, 7-3, Molloy. And we are back from the College of Staten Island here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Molloy now on top 7-3. 5 unanswered runs for the Molloy Lions. And pretty much a bunch of those runs coming from costly mistakes from the CSI fielding. Now 3 errors on the day. And Molloy has taken advantage of that now. And they have this 4-run lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. A.J. Vigliotti will lead it off for the Dolphins. They will have the 4, 5, and 6 hitters coming up. Vigliotti, Weigel, and Martin coming up for CSI, and they really need a spark now. The midway point of game number 1 of this doubleheader, and they're trailing by 4 runs. And that one is called for strike 1. Weigel, 2 for 2 on the day, had a nice double his last time up. He swings and misses for strike 2. He would come around to score on that double on the RBI hit from Vincent Weigel. The 0-2. Chopped over to second. Going to be a tough play. Throw to first is in time for out number 1. Another strong defensive play for the Molloy Lions second baseman Robbie Keene, as he just had to make the throw to first base and get Vigliotti in time to retire the first out of the inning. Now bring up Vincent Weigel. As I spoke about it earlier, Weigel with the RBI hit his last time up. He is 1 for 1 in the day. Walked his first time up, as he's up 1-0 in this count. And he takes a big swing and miss for strike number 1. Dolphins had a chance their previous inning to bring home some runs, But it left 2 runners stranded. And now Weigel is down 1-2 in the count. And he will foul that one off. Always have to be careful where you park here at the College Side Island. Do not park in the first 2 rows. Otherwise, you might be having to repair your windshield. As Weigel calls for time. One and 2 the count. And it's on the outside for ball 2. The 2-2 is just going to go foul. Kind of a half-hearted swing from Weigel there. And McCarthy almost had to play at first base. Count will remain 2-2. And Weigel hits that one up the middle and just got by the diving second baseman Keene. He's on first base with a 1-out single. Another base hit for the CSI freshman. Weigel now goes 2 for 2 on the day. And he'll bring up Thomas Martin. Brought home the first CSI run with an RBI walk in the bottom of the first inning. As he hits that one foul. The 0-1. And they throw it back to first, check Weigel. Weigel does not have a stolen base on the season. Be interesting to see if maybe they send him here. Trailing by 4 and an 0-1 count for Martin. And that one is high for ball 1. Martinez on deck for the Dolphins. So he said, try and get a rally here in the bottom of the 5th inning. As Martin half swings, but it's called for strike 2. It'll be a 1-2 to Martin. And it's on the inside for strike 3. A major out number 2 force by Andrioli. And now 2 outs here for Tyler Martinez. Martinez on the day is 0 for 2. 0 for 2. As he hits it right back to the pitcher. Andrioli will flip it to first to retire the side. Nice job by Andrioli there to record the final out of the inning as the ball went into his glove. But he was able to make the play at first base as the Dolphins strand a runner on first. We will now head to the top of the 6th inning. Molloy coming up to bat. They lead it 7-3. And we are back here at the CSI Baseball Complex for the top of the 6th inning. Aiden Keelty, the new pitcher for the Dolphins. On the season, Keelty is making his 8th appearance, or 7th appearance. He has got a 3.65 ERA, 1 save in 12 and a third innings pitched, 5 walks, 6 strikeouts, and he comes into this game with a 7-3 lead for the Lions, looking to keep it within reach for the Dolphins. Robbie Keane will lead off the top of the 6th inning. Keelty pitched against Queens College on the 26th. 2 2/3, 3 hits, 4 earned runs. Dolphins once again going from Rice to Keelty, as they did against Queens, as Keelty throws a strike. 0-1 the count. That one just misses for ball 1. Keane is 1 for 1 on the day with an RBI. Has sacrifice fly his last time up, as that one's in the dirt for ball 2. That one's fouled off, and now 2-2 for Keane here. Opponent's batting .250 on the season against Keelty. There's a chopper to first base. Ulaj will flip it to Keelty for out number 1. And I'll bring up the top of the order for the Lions and Tom Lebrecht. Lebrecht on the day 2 for 3 with an RBI. 10 hits on the day for the Lions offense, as Lebrecht takes the first pitch for a ball. The 1-0. High for ball 2. That one's called for a strike. Two and 1 the count. And that one goes into the dirt for ball 3. Three and 1 in the count. Lebrecht looking to get on, and he takes strike 2. Lions thinking that was ball 4. And it's now a full count here. The 3-2. And that one is high for ball 4. So a 1-out walk forced by Lebrecht. And it'll bring up Garrett Scavelli. Scavelli is 1 for 3 on the day with an RBI triple. That one's going to go through the middle for a base hit. Lebrecht thought about going to third. They will hold them at second. It is a single for Scavelli. Now the Lions have first and second with 1 away. And we'll bring up Anthony Manacero. Manacero 0 for 3 on the day. Only one of 2 Lions to not have a hit recorded in this game. They now have 11 hits after that last one. And this count is now 1-0. Other dangerous spot for the Dolphins here. First and second, 1 out. Trailing by 4 runs. Chopper, foul, 1-1. 1-1 the count. One out here in the top of the 6th inning with the Lions on top 7-3. And a good job by Vigliotti to keep that one in front of him. It does look like maybe he hurt his hand on the play. His count now is 2-1. Lions have double action going up in their bullpen, as there's a strike to make it 2-2. The 2-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. Aiden Kilty with a big time out number 2 there on the strikeout. And it will now be first and second, 2 outs. An opportunity for McCarthy to potentially bring home one of those runs. He is also 0 for 3 on the day. He, along with Manacera, are the only 2 Lions without a hit recorded. As he takes a half-hearted swing for ball 1. The 1-0. Outside for ball 2. Two-0 count. And it misses for ball 3. Aiden Larkin would be up next with a potential bases loaded opportunity for him. 3-0 in the count for McCarthy. McCarthy rips that one into left center. But the catch is made by Martinez, and a huge sigh of relief for the Dolphins as they retire the final out here in the top of the 6th inning. We will head to the bottom of the 6th. Dolphins looking to trim this deficit. The Lions lead it 7-3. Bottom of the 6th inning here from the College of Staten Island. The Lions lead the Dolphins 7-3. And Nick Cipoletti leading off the inning for CSI. Cipoletti on the day is 1 for 2 with a triple and a run scored as he takes the first pitch for a ball. That one way outside for ball 2. Lions did have double action up in their bullpen. A.J. Verga and Nicholas Incalterra are up in their bullpen as there is a strike. 2-1. Andreoli has calmed down since the 3rd inning as that one misses for ball 3. Back-to-back scoreless innings for him. As that one is fouled back. That one is to right field. The catch will be made by Maticero, and there is quickly one away. Bring up Anthony Cetera. He's 0 for 2 with an RBI on his belt today. He goes first pitch swinging. Larkin on to first in time for out number 2. And now I'll bring up Michael Kehoe. Kehoe today is 0 for 1, has walked twice, a run scored, and also has a stolen base. Been very active today. As he takes the first pitch strike. And that one in the dirt for ball 1. The 1-1. Chop foul and make it 1-2. Ulaj on deck for the Dolphins if Kehoe were to keep the inning going. He caught his brother Ryan's complete game shutout on Friday. Now playing in left field today. As he takes this pitch for a ball to make it 2-2. 2-2 count for Kehoe. And that one is inside. Almost hit Kehoe there. And the count now runs full at 3-2. Kehoe potentially looking to walk for the third time today, but he swings and misses. Catcher did not catch the ball, though. So it gives Kehoe another chance right here at 3-2. Another 3-2 pitch. And again, Kehoe swings and misses. This time it is caught for strike number 3. A 1-2-3 inning for Andrioli. He is starting to get into a groove as we now head to the top of the 7th inning. The Lions lead the Dolphins 7-3. Top of the 7th inning here at CSI. The Lions lead the Dolphins 7-3. Aiden Larkin will lead it off from Molloy. Aiden Kilty on for his 2nd inning of relief as he throws a first pitch strike. Kilty got into a jam his last inning, but was able to work out of it to keep the game 7-3. That one's ripped to Satara and goes through his legs. And it's going to be a potential single and error on the play. We'll have to see how they score that one. As Larkin is into second. And that'll bring up Chris Peralta. And it's going to be ruled as an error on the play. That's now 4 on the day for the Dolphins. It's been a rough day on the diamond for CSI. As Peralta takes a big swing and a miss for strike one. Unfortunately for the Dolphins, it seems ever since Cipolleti made the great play at shortstop, the Dolphins' fielding has just really gotten to them, and it's led to those 4 errors, I should say, as Peralta fouls that one back. And because of those 4 errors, it has allowed Molloy to take advantage and regain the lead after the Dolphins had a 3-2 lead at one point. Oh and 2 in the count. Pop up. Ulaj on the run, and he runs out of real estate. It goes foul. Thankfully, Shendy was able to stop his pace on that play, almost going into the Molloy dugout. And Peralta will come up to the plate again with another 0-2 count. Here comes the 0-2 from Keelty. Grounded foul to keep it 0-2. Peralta's had himself a nice day. 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored. Looking for an RBI right here to increase the Molloy lead. And that one is way outside for ball 1. Great job by Vigliotti to catch that one. Otherwise, it would have been a wild pitch and would have forced the runner to go to third. The 1-2. That one is hit into left field. Keogh tracks it down, makes the play, and it's a loud out number 1 forced by the Dolphins. That brings up Gavin McAloney. He is also 2 for 3 on the day, has an RBI to his belt, and also a run scored. Has another RBI chance here with a runner on second and 1 away. And he hits this one. Left center field. Keogh and Martinez trying to track it down. And Martinez is able to make the play. Runner will advance to third. We told you, folks, it is a very windy day here at CSI. The ball just kept going and going and going on that play, but Martinez able to track it down. And a huge second out forced by the Dolphins. And it'll bring up the catcher Matt Yip, who is 1 for 2 on the day with a double and a run scored. RBI chance here for him with a runner on third and 2 outs. And he will take a ball 1-0. Can Keelty keep it within reach for CSI? Runner on third, 2 outs. Dolphins trailing by 4. And that one is outside for ball 2. If Yip were to get on base, Keene would be the next batter for the Lions, I should say. Keene 1 for 2 on the day with an RBI, so we'll see what happens here with Yip as he takes a big swing and miss for strike number 1. CSI can really not afford to give up any more runs here. As Yip again takes a big swing and miss for strike number 2. And Keelty now a strike away from getting out of the inning without giving up the run. Lions got the runner on second on the error to lead off the inning. 2 straight foul balls after that. That one is popped up behind home plate. And a great job by Vigliotti to track it down to record the final out of the top of the 7th inning. Lions trying to run around third base despite the error from the Dolphins. CSI will look to try to trim this deficit as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Lions lead this one 7-3. Bottom of the 7th inning here at CSI. The Lions lead the Dolphins 7-3, and a pitching change for Molloy as Nicholas Incalcatera is now in for Molloy. On the year, he has a 2.92 ERA. This will be his 9th appearance of the season. Has pitched 12 1/3 of an inning, 5 runs allowed, 4 earned, 5 walks, and 12 strikeouts. And he comes in with a 4-run lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Dolphins got into trouble in the top of the 7th inning. But a great job by Aiden Kilty to get 2 flyouts and then get the final out of the inning to keep it 7-3 on that pop-up forced by Vigliotti. Now can the Dolphins trim into this deficit? They have struggled the last couple innings offensively. After scoring 3 straight runs in the first 3 innings of this game, CSI has now 3 straight zeros, and they're trying to make it or at least try to trim this deficit for 4 with 2, 3, and 4 up in the inning for CSI. It will be Shendi Ulaj, Angel Santiago, and AJ Vigliotti coming up for the Dolphins. And Shendi Ulaj will lead it off for CSI. Andreoli finishes the day with 117 pitches, he allowed 3 runs, all earned, 6 innings pitched, 5 hits, 5 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Good job by the Lions starter as quickly Ulaj is up 2-0 in the count. As that one goes foul. Ulaj on the day 0 for 2 with a walk. Also has a stolen base. Looking to get on for the Dolphins to give them an early start to the inning, and he's quickly up in the count, 3-1. Looks like CSI potentially will pinch hit in their next at bat. As that one almost hits Ulaj, thankfully able to get out of the way, and he's on first base with a leadoff walk. And the Dolphins will bring up a pinch hitter. That's going to be John Castiglione coming up for the Dolphins. We did not see him in Friday's game. Gets his first plate appearance of this series. Castiglione on the young year is hitting .207 with a home run, 6 RBIs. So he'll try to at least give this Dolphins a spark right here with any type of hit, or at least try to get on base. As he takes a first pitch strike. Dolphins hoping for a rally here in the bottom of the 7th inning, trailing by 4. Castiglione up for the first time today. And he takes a big swing and a miss for strike number 2. Calcaterra looking for his 13th strikeout of the season here, up 0-2 in the count. As he throws back to Ulaj. Ulaj does have a stolen base in the day. Vigliotti on deck for the Dolphins. they would like to give him up in a RBI opportunity. As Castiglione swings and misses for strike number 3. Big out number 1 recorded by the Lions as A.J. Vigliotti comes up to the plate. Vigliotti on the day is 2 for 3 with a double and a run scored as he takes the pitch inside for ball 1. Dolphins hoping for some type of hit here or maybe a walk. Trying to get some runners on as they try to trim this deficit. As that one goes foul. Weigel on deck for the Dolphins. Martin in the hole. It'll be a 1-1 count to Vigliotti. And he rips that one to third base. Going to be a tough play for McAloney. There's one. On to first. It's a double play. 5-4-3 double play forced by the Lions, and they get out of the jam to get out of the bottom of the 7th inning. Dolphins will strand a runner here in the bottom of the 7th inning. We now go to the top of the 8th. The Lions lead this one 7-3. Top of the 8th inning here at CSI. The Lions lead this one 7-3. Aiden Kilty is on for another inning of relief for the Dolphins. Nice 5-4-3 double play forced by the Lions in the previous half inning. There was a confrontation also, folks, at the end of the previous half inning between one of the players from Molloy and the home plate umpire. Now, I'm wondering if there was an injection. As we said, Molloy has been very, they have been chatty about the strike zone in this game. Meanwhile, at home plate, Vigliotti with the throw down to second base. And it looks like he's kind of gesturing towards his hand. So in the last inning, he looked like he maybe hurt his hand. You got to wonder if maybe that is playing a factor right now with Robbie Keane leading off the top of the 8th inning for Molloy. It'll be 9-1-2 for the Lions. They have a 4-run lead. As there's a ball, 1-0. Also a defensive substitution for CSI. As Christopher Riley is now in right field. And that is Tyler Martinez still in center field. He will track that one down for out number 1. Brings up Tom Lebrecht. You got to wonder, was there an injection on one of the Lion players at the end of that previous half inning? Guess we can only speculate from here as Lebrecht takes a swing and a miss for strike number 1. Fly ball. Could be a tough play for Riley in right field. And he makes a catch. Christopher Riley comes into the game and makes a great diving catch in right field for out number 2. That is a huge second out forced by the Dolphins. And a great defensive substitution force as Christopher Riley makes a great sliding catch just at the right field line for out number 2 here in the top of the 8th inning. As that first pitch is a ball, 1-0. Garrett Scavelli up at the plate. He is 2 for 4 on the day with an RBI, a triple, and a run scored. As he takes a strike. He got things going for the Lions in the top of the first inning with that RBI triple. We'll try to keep the inning going here. As he chops that one to short, Cipoletti plays it on the hop, throws it to first, and a great scoop at first base by Shendi Ulaj, and then retires the side for the Lions here in the top of the 8th inning. CSI's defense got a very nice defensive play from Christopher Riley in right field. We'll show you one more time before we head to this commercial break. Riley with a great diving snag at the right field line as he keeps an extra base hit away from the Lions offense. We now head to the bottom of the 8th inning. CSI trying to trim the deficit. They trail it 7-3. Bottom of the 8th inning here at CSI. The Lions lead the Dolphins 7-3. CSI got a great defensive play in the previous half inning from Christopher Riley, who subbed into the game at right field. And the Dolphins now hoping that maybe that could provide a spark for their bats here in the bottom of the 8th inning, trailing by 4 runs. Vincent Weigel will lead it off for CSI. Weigel today 2 for 2 with an RBI. He'll look to get on base here, try to give CSI some kind of spark, trailing by 4 runs. As he takes the ball 1-0. And Calcaterra coming out for his second inning of relief, as he's now at a 1-1 count with Weigel. That one in the dirt for ball 2. Weigel, Martin, and Martinez coming up for the Dolphins. 5, 6, and 7. As Weigel takes that one for strike 2. It'll be a 2-2 count to Weigel. And he swings and misses at a very high pitch for strike number 3. And Calcaterra records the first out of the inning right there. And it'll bring up Thomas Martin. Martin today 0 for 2 with an RBI walk. That being the first run of the day for the Dolphins. As he takes a first pitch strike. If Martin is able to drive it into right field, he'll have a single. There is a big gap between the first and second baseman. As Martin takes a big swing and miss and is now trailing in the count 0-2. The 0-2 to Martin. High for ball 1. The 1-2 is down the middle for strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Calcaterra, and there are quickly 2 away for the Lions. And that'll bring up Tyler Martinez. He is 0 for 3 of the day. As he takes the ball 1-0. CSI down to their final 4 outs of the game, trailing by 4. As there's a strike from Martinez. I believe if Incalcaterra can get out of this inning, he will come on out for the 9th inning. And there's strike number 2. Could potentially be a 3-inning save for Incalcaterra if he were to come out for the 9th. And he strikes out the side as Martinez is down swinging. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the 8th, all on strikeouts. We now head to the top of the 9th inning with the Lions on top, 7-3. Top of the 9th inning here at CSI. The Molloy Lions on top 7-3. Incalcaterra for the Lions with 3 strikeouts in the bottom of the 8th inning, striking out the side. And for the Dolphins, Aiden Keelty will come out for his 4th inning of relief, trying to keep this one at 7-3 for CSI going into the bottom of the 9th inning. Keelty has gotten into trouble the last couple of innings, but has worked out of it. He'll need to try to keep the Lions' bats from getting any more runs here in this top of the 9th, as the Dolphins are trying to get back into this game. Five unanswered runs for the Lions after they were down 3-2 at one point in this game. As Anthony Manacero will lead off. 3, 4, and 5 for the Lions here in the top of the 9th inning. Manacero, McCarthy, and Larkin. Manacero looking for his first hit of the day. He and McCarthy, the only 2 Lions without a hit recorded. They have 11 on the day. As that one is called for a strike. The 0-1. Lined up the middle and threw for a base hit. That is now the 12th hit of the day for the Lions offense. And the first hit of the day for Manacero. And I'll bring up McCarthy. McCarthy also 0 for 4. Also looking for his first hit of the day. If he were to reach with a single, all the Lions would have recorded a hit in this game. As there's a ball 1-0. Dolphins did that on Friday in the matchup between these two. Lions looking to duplicate it here in game number 1 of this doubleheader. That one's a little blooper, and it's over the head of Cetera. He will have no play at second, and it's a single right there for McCarthy. Looked like Cetera maybe misjudged the read of the ball on the play. And with that hit now, that gives the Lions 13 hits on the day, and now every single starter that they've had in the order has recorded a hit in this game. And now puts CSI in a dangerous territory with first and second nobody out, trailing by 4, and Aiden Larkin coming up as he takes the first pitch strike. Larkin today 1 for 3 with an RBI, looking to bring home another run here and increase the Molloy lead. He shows bunt, and it's high for ball 1. Dolphins will have to expect that as the Lions looking to increase their lead. They will try to advance the runners potentially with a placed bunt here from Larkin. who has shown bunt a couple times in this game. He shows it again. Keelty will throw it on to first. And a good job by Cetera to cover the bag to retire the first out of the inning. So both runners advance on the sacrifice bunt. And it gives Chris Peralta a chance to bring home 2 runs with a single right here. Peralta on the day is 2 for 4, 2 runs scored. Has a chance for his first RBIs of the day, as the Dolphins infield is very much in. And it's going to cost them, as that is a bloop single into right field. They're going to send home the second runner. There will be no throw from Cetera. It's a 2-run single for Peralta, and the Lions extend their lead now. It's 9-3. The Dolphins have brought the infield in, expecting to try to keep the runners at bay, and they could not do it. The bloop single goes over the heads of Ulaj and Cetera, and it costs CSI there. It's the 14th hit for the Lions, and they now have a 9-3 lead here in the top of the 9th inning. As there's a first pitch strike to Gavin McAloney. McAloney 2 for 4 with a RBI and a run scored today, as he will foul that one back. And it's now down 0-2. Runner is going, and it's going to be a base hit. A nice hit and run established by the Lions. As Peralta gets the third, McAloney is on with a single. Double play is in effect for CSI here, but now first and third, 1 out. And a chance for Matt Yip, who was 1 for 3 on the day with a double and a run scored. As Keelty checks the runner at first base. Dolphins do have some action up in the bullpen, as there's a ball 1-0. Looks like Ryan Fiore is up in the Dolphin bullpen, as it's 2-0 now. That one is fouled back. Oh. 2-1 count for Yip. Check swing. And they're going to rule the ball now 3-1. If Yip were to walk, it would load the bases for the Lions. High fly ball, left field. Keel under it. Oh, maybe not, as he misses the ball. And that's going to be another Dolphin error. And that will bring home another run for the Lions. It's 10-3 Molloy. That will go down as the 5th Dolphin error of the game. And that's something CSI could not have afforded there. They really needed an outforced. Instead now, first and second, 1 out. And Robbie Keane up to the plate as he takes the first pitch for a ball. On Friday, CSI only had 1 error throughout the game. They had one of their best defensive games of the season. This one has not been a good one, as that one is going to be now a pass ball, or it should be a wild pitch, and force the runner to go to third base. The ball was obstructed by the home plate umpire, and Vigliotti was not able to pick it up. And it allowed the runner to go to third. So once again, first and third with one out for Molloy, as Keelty checks the runner at first base. And there's a strike to make it 2-1. The 2-1. And it's high for ball 3. 3-1 the count, and again a chance for the Lions to load the bases with a walk. Top of the order on deck for the Lions and Tom Lebrecht. The 3-1 runner for first is going, and Keene fouls that one off to now load the count at 3-2. And again, Keelty checking the runner at first base. The 3-2, runner again going from first, and it's called for strike 3. So Keelty does get the strikeout. It will be a stolen base for the Lions. And now it'll be 2 outs with second and third, and Tom Lebrecht coming up. Lebrecht 2 for 4 with an RBI on his belt today, as he takes the first pitch for a ball. Schiavelli up the middle, and Sip goes right past Cipoletti for a base hit. Both runners will score, and the Lions add to their lead now. It's 12-3 Molloy. Another RBI hit for Tom Lebrecht, his third hit of the day. The Lions adding to their lead now. It's 12-3 here in the top of the 9th inning, and that is going to do it for Aiden Keelty. We'll go to a quick commercial break as the Dolphins will make a pitching change. Looks like it's going to be Ryan Fiore coming on for CSI. They trail this one 12-3. And we are back from the College of Staten Island. 2 outs here on the top of the 9th inning, and the Dolphins making a pitching change as Ryan Fiore is on for CSI. Fiore has had limited action so far here on the season for the Dolphins. This will be his 3rd appearance of the year. Has pitched in 3 2/3, has allowed 1 earned run, 2 runs total, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, and has an ERA of 2.45. He'll come on with a runner on first. 2 outs as the Lions have put up 5 runs here in the top of the 9th inning to take a now commanding 12-3 lead. 16 hits on the day for this Lions offense. And you add that with the 5 errors from the Dolphins defense, it has really led to the last couple of innings being very disastrous for CSI. As Garrett Scavelli comes up to the plate. Scavelli 2 for 5 with an RBI and a run scored as he takes the first pitch strike. High fly ball. Shallow center, and Satara is able to track it down to record the final out of the top of the 9th inning. But not before the Lions attack for 5 runs here in the top of the 9th. We head now to the bottom of the 9th inning. Dolphins will try to trim this deficit or maybe make a big-time comeback. They trail 12-3. And we are back from the CSI with the bottom of the 9th inning here. The Lions adding 5 runs in the top of the 9th. They now lead this one 12-3. As Nick Cipoletti will lead it off for the Dolphins here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Cipoletti 1 for 3 with a triple and a run scored today. Fly ball, center field. Heads in the right center field as Mancero makes the play to record the first out of the bottom of the 9th inning. And that'll bring up Joe Solito as he will pinch hit here. Solito will pinch hit for Satara. He takes a big swing and miss for strike number 1. And that is there for strike number 2. He fouls that one off. Solito, his 10th appearance of the season, is hitting 125. So very limited action for him. We're going to make use of this at bat here with 1 out here at the bottom of the 9th. The 0-2. And that one is foul. Though we had a flashback from the Queens College game where one came into the booth and it hit Joe Foreman in the ribs. Hence why the windows are closed today. And also because of the very windy weather. As Solito swings and misses for strike number 3. And the Dolphins are now down to their last out. And their last chance will be Michael Kehoe. Keogh today 0 for 2, has walked twice, and has scored in a run. And he has the last chance for the Dolphins here. Andreola looking to go to 5-0 on the season as Keogh fouls that one back. A tough break for Christian Rice. He didn't pitch that bad of a game. The issue for the Dolphins being that the defensive errors really hurt them at the end of the day, as Keogh now has a 2-1 count. This would be Rice's third loss, as Keogh swings and misses for strike number 2, and the Dolphins are down to their final strike. The 2-2 from Calcaterra is inside for ball 3. Three and 2. Dolphins down to their final strike, as Keogh just hits that one foul. And there's going to be catcher's interference on the play, so Keogh will reach first base. And we'll give Shendi Ulaj another plate appearance here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. That one inside for ball 1. Shendi 0 for 2 with 2 walks. As he grounds that one to third, and it goes through. And I think they're going to rule that down as a single for Shendi, as the inning will continue for the Dolphins. And for the first time today, Christopher Riley will come up to the plate. Riley in limited action is hitting .118 with 2 RBIs, has first and second here with 2 outs, as he takes the first pitch strike. If Riley were to keep the inning going, Vigliotti would be up next. And he fouls that one back. And the Dolphins are once again down to their final strike. And that one is swung on and missed for strike 3. And that will do it for game number 1 of this doubleheader between the Lions and the Dolphins, as the Lions enacting some revenge from Friday's defeat with a 12-3 win here in game number 1 of this doubleheader. Good job by the Lions starter, Mike Andreoli. He gets the win. That will be his 5th win of the season. He goes 6 innings, allows 3 runs, all of them earned, 5 hits, 5 walks, and 5 strikeouts. And for Nick Calcaterra, he did a great job out of the bullpen. He pitches 3 innings, allows just 1 hit, 1 walk, and how about this? 6 strikeouts out of the bullpen for Calcaterra. He did himself a great job out of the pen. And then you have to look at the Lions' offense. Tom Lebrecht went 3 for 5. Scavelli went 2 for 6. Peralta went 3 for 5. McAloney went 3 for 5. It leads to the 16 hits for the Lions' offense. And for the Dolphins pitching, Christian Rice, he goes 5 innings, allows 7 runs, 3 of them earned. He will get the loss in this one. Aiden Keelty came out of relief and pitched 3 2/3. And the Dolphins, just overall, a tough break for them in this game. A lot of mistakes in the field hurting them at the end of the day, and it cost them this game 1 of this doubleheader. The Lions were down 3-2 at one point. They scored 10 unanswered runs to take game 1 of this doubleheader here at the College of Staten Island. Game number 2 will be a very interesting game number 2, as Molloy will be the home team for that game. CSI technically, yes, is here at the College of Staten Island, but they will be the road team for game number 2. It will be a 7-inning game as per usual for doubleheaders. You would expect to see John Esposito pitching for the Dolphins in that game. We'll have to see what Coach Morrow will go with that one. Dolphins will look to split this doubleheader with Molloy. We'll be right back. Once you hear potentially will be either Andrew Rotunda or myself back with the call for game number 2 of this doubleheader, as we'll see the Lions and the Dolphins take action from game number 2. The final for game number 1, Molloy 12, CSI 3. We'll be right back here at the College of Staten Island. And we are back from the College of Staten Island here for second game of today's NCAA Division II baseball doubleheader between the Dolphins and the Lions. And yes, folks, the graphic does read right. The Dolphins are the road team for this second game of this doubleheader. It will be interesting to see how this doubleheader goes between the Dolphins and the Lions. Obviously, the Dolphins are the road team for the second game due to the inclement weather, postponing yesterday's game between these two teams. So CSI will be the road team for game number 1. On the mound, they will send out John Esposito, who is coming off his best start of the season in his last game against Queens College. A complete game, 7 innings, 8 hits, 1 earned run, 4 walks, 10 strikeouts in that game. So he will look to try to have another big-time outing today. He's obviously facing a Lions offense that's coming off a big game number 1 of this doubleheader. And he'll have to see if he can have some success. Now, the Dolphins in game number 1 obviously had issues in the field with 5 errors, so they'll look to fix that here in game number 2. Lions for the Dolphins in order will be at catcher Michael Kehoe, at first base Shendi Ulaj, at third base Vincent Weigel, designated hitter AJ Vigliotti, Tyler Martinez in right field, Brian Burkhead in left field, Nick Cipoletti at short, Jake Myers at second base, and Christopher Riley in center field with John Esposito as the starting pitcher. And his counterpart today will be Brian Morrissey from Molloy. Morrissey on the year is 3-2, a 2.37 ERA, 38 innings pitched. He has 9 walks and 21 strikeouts. Opponents are batting .230 against him this season. Meanwhile, for John Esposito, his stats in the season, he is 2-3, a 3.86 ERA, and 28 innings pitched, 30 strikeouts on the season. Esposito looking to duplicate, as we said, his previous start against Queens College. Meanwhile, for Brian Morrissey, his last start came against Mercy. 7 innings in that game, allowed 7 hits, 3 runs, all of them earned, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts, as he got the win against the Mavericks. As the Lions take the field for the top of this first inning. Once again, this is Nicholas Pavona here, joining you for the McDonald's pregame show. McDonald's, once again, our proud scoreboard sponsor here at the College of Staten Island. Dolphins looking to split the doubleheader between these two teams, and they will get the bat first here with Michael Kehoe leading off and doing catching duty after playing in left field in game number 1 of this doubleheader. CSI looking for their 9th win of the season. They dropped game 1 to drop to 8-13 on the year, now 2-4 in conference play. Meanwhile, for Molloy, their win got them the 17th of the season. They're now 5-1 in conference play, and they got their revenge enacted from Friday's game against the Dolphins. They were able to bring home 12 runs. Dolphins will hope to avoid that in this game, and they're hoping their offense can provide them a spark. Dolphins scored a run in each of the first 3 innings of game number 1, but were held scoreless throughout the rest of the way. They're hoping maybe the lineup change will do the trick, as some of the stars that they had on Friday's game are back in the lineup today, most of notably Brian Burkhead and Jake Myers. As Michael Kehoe will lead off for the Dolphins. Very interesting day for all of us, as the Dolphins, yes, are the road team, but will have their walk-up music still being played. As Michael Kehoe leads it off for CSI, and he will take a first pitch strike. Ground ball to short. Throw on to first is in time, and Kehoe is retired after 2 pitches. In the field for Molloy, in the outfield it's Lebrecht, Scafelli, and Manacero. In the infield it's McCarthy at first, Keene at second, McAloney at third, and Larkin at short. Pretty much the exact same lineup for Molloy, except for a change at catcher, as Stephen Kolika is the catcher today for the Lions. Shendy Ulaj up at the plate as he swings and misses for strike number 1. And he takes that one in the dirt for ball 1. One and one to count to Shendy. And he takes ball 2. And that one just misses for ball 3. The 3-1 to Shendy is grounded foul towards the Dolphins' dugout to make it 3-2. The 3-2 to Ulaj. It'll be chopped and through for a base hit. Looked like the Lions were going to have a play on that one, but it went right through for a leadoff single for Ulaj. As Vincent Weigel coming up to the plate. You also see, folks, the Dolphins with a changing of their uniforms in between games as they go with their black uniforms here. As Weigel takes the first pitch for a ball. And he fouls that one off. One and one to count to Weigel. And he takes the first strike to make it 1-2. The 1-2 to Weigel. And that one's fouled off. Be another 1-2 pitch to Weigel here. And just misses for ball 2. Now a 2-2 count for the CSI freshman. And he fouls that one off. And that one also just misses for ball 3. It'll be a 3-2 count for Weigel here. Be interesting to see if maybe they send Ulaj on the pitch. And they do. And it's ball 4. So it's a 1-out walk for Weigel. Now forces first and second for A.J. Vigliotti. Vigliotti had a couple of base hits in game number 1 of this doubleheader. Again, the start in game number 2 as the designated hitter for CSI. As he goes first pitch swinging, and it's up the middle for a base hit. They're sending Ulaj home. A bobble in third base. Might bring home a second. It is definitely going to. Vigliotti's going all the way to third base. The Dolphins strike for 2 runs here in the top of the first inning, and they lead it 2-0. That is going to go down as a hit and an error on the play, and a huge break for CSI. They track 2 runs here in the top of the first inning and take an early 2-0 lead on Vigliotti's single. And because of the error, Vigliotti was able to move all the way to third base. So it gives another opportunity for the Dolphins here to strike home another run. Ground ball to third. No play at home. It'll be an RBI ground out for Martinez. And the Dolphins now have a 3-0 lead. So Tyler Martinez bringing home the third Dolphins run of the inning to give them a 3-0 lead early on, as here comes Brian Burkhead. Burkhead did not get the start in game number 1 of this doubleheader, did play on Friday in this matchup between the two teams, and went 1 for 5 with an RBI. As he takes a ball inside 1-0. That one was foul. Kind of seeing a trend between these two teams, as that one goes for a ball. CSI scoring the first runs on Friday. Molloy scoring the first runs of the game in game number 1. And the Dolphins scoring the first runs of this game in game number 2. As Burkhead hits this one to short, Larkin on to first in time to retire the side. But not before the Dolphins attack for 3 runs in the inning on 2 hits and an error from the Lions. We will head now to the bottom of the first inning. Lions coming to bat. They trail 3-0.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service. So is research, so is becoming a better person, and we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach, and he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him, and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Bottom of the first inning here at the College of Staten Island. The Dolphins have an early 3-0 lead on 2 hits and an error from the Lions defense, as A.J. Vigliotti was able to bring home 2 runs. Dolphins get a nice early start, and they give a 3-0 lead for their starting pitcher, John Esposito, as we mentioned in the pregame. Esposito comes into this game 2-3. It will be his 6th appearance of the season, 5th start. Does have 2 complete games, including the one he had in his previous start against Queens College. 3.86 ERA in 28 innings pitched, 30 strikeouts, 14 walks, and opponents are batting .315 on him on the season. But Esposito is coming off his best start of the year, and against Queens College, 7-inning complete game, allowed 8 hits, 1 earned run, 4 walks, and 10 strikeouts. Huge game from him in that one. Got into a lot of trouble in the later innings, but was able to work out of it, and would only give up the 1 run in the top of the 7th inning, but would still give the Dolphins a big-time win against Queens College. He's got an early 3-0 lead here in the bottom of the first inning, looking to get back-to-back wins, as Tom LeBrecq will lead it off for the Lions here. Lions pretty much going with the same lineup they did in game number 1, the only change being at catcher. So LeBrecq with a couple of hits in game number 1. And Esposito's first pitch is fouled off. Every Lions starter in game number 1 recorded a hit in that game. As LeBrecq fouls that one off to make it 0-2. Oh, 2 count for Esposito. And that one is inside for ball one. The 1-2 from Esposito is swung on and missed for strike three. John Esposito with an early strikeout here at the bottom of the first inning to retire the first batter in Tom Lebrecht. And it brings up Garrett Scavelli. And he takes the first pitch for a ball. And that one also misses for ball two. Scavelli in game one was 2 for 6 with an RBI. As that one also misses, and it's now a 3-0 count. And that one's a strike. Three and one from Esposito. And it's inside for ball four. So a 1-out walk forced by Scavelli. And it brings up Anthony Manacero. Manacero in game one went 1 for 5. As a runner on with one away, the Lions trailing by 3. And he rips that pass through into right field for a base hit. A 1-out single for the Lions and Manacero. And it brings up McCarthy now, as he is now the tying run at the plate. McCarthy in game one was 1 for 5 as well. As he takes the first pitch ball, throw to third base is not in time. And both runners will advance on the ball in the dirt. And now dangerous territory for Esposito here. Second and third, 1 out. And a single here would trim the deficit to 1. The 1-0 is fouled off, and it's 1-1. McCarthy going into game one of this doubleheader at 23 RBIs. Can add to his run total there if he's able to get on. Ground ball to second. Myers will throw it onto Ulaj. The throw to the plate is in time. And the Dolphins get a big-time break there. Ulaj was just able to get the throw to home, and a big, huge break for CSI as only one run is able to come in for the Lions. We'll get a second look at that before we head to commercial break. You saw there, Myers made the play at first, but it was a very long play, and you see the runner going from third to home. Good throw from Ulaj to the plate is in time, and the Lions are only able to track one run here in the bottom of the first inning. We now head to the top of the second inning. CSI coming up to the bat. They lead this one 3-1.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Top of the second inning, it's Nick Cipoletti steps up to the plate and swings and misses for strike number one. Lions getting one run in that bottom of the first inning, as there's ball one. A ground ball to second base for Jake Myers made the throw to Shendy Ulaj. It brought home one run, and the second runner was trying to make it a 3-2 game, but was thrown at the plate by Shendy Ulaj, and Cipoletti fouls that one off to make it 1-2. Lions only able to get one run on one hit in the inning. Cipoletti rips that one up the middle, and he's on with a leadoff single. A lead-off single for Nick Cipoletti. And it brings up Jake Myers. Myers starting today. Got the start on Friday. He went 1 for 4 in that game. As he shows bunt. Going to be a tough play at third. And a good throw from the third baseman. As McAloney makes the throw to first for the tire of the first out of the inning. Cipoletti did advance on the sacrifice bunt. And we'll see if Christopher Riley can bring him home with one out here. Riley entered the game in game number one as a defensive substitution. Also had one at bat. Now gets to start here in game number two. He also shows bunt. And that one goes foul. So the Dolphins get the leadoff single, then the sacrifice bunt, and then it looked like they were trying to get another bunt there, but it just went foul to make it 0-1. Top of the order is on deck for the Dolphins. Ground ball to first. The flip to the pitcher is in time, and there's now 2 away. Cipoletti does advance to third on the ground out. So it gives Michael Kehoe an opportunity here to bring home the runner. Kehoe 0 for 1 early on. And that one gets back to the backstop. And that's going to be a run for the Dolphins. And CSI now has a 4-1 lead as they catch another big break. And Kehoe fouls that one back. Ground ball, and that one is through the middle for a base hit. Michael Kehoe was on as the Dolphins get their 4th hit of the day. And that will bring up Shendy Ulaj. He had hit. He also had a hit at his first at bat. And he was able to come around and score the Dolphins' first run. Ground ball. That's going to be a tough play for Larkin. And he's not going to have a throw. And that is an infield single for Shendi Ulaj. Larkin really had to go deep in the hole to try to make that play. He just had no throw. And now the Dolphins have first and second for Vincent Weigel. And that one's in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. Dolphins kind of had the same formula they did in Friday's game, early on in this game. They're swinging at a lot of first and second pitches. And it's led to the 4 runs already here at the top of the second inning. As we have time at home, Kalika looks like he's fixing his catcher's gear. Looks like the chest protector. And they're going to have to change the chest protector for Kalika, as the one he had, it looks like one of the straps broke off. That's something you usually see here. Weigel with a great opportunity here, though. First and second, 2 outs. Dolphins have a 3-run lead once again. Trying to attack for some more. Weigel, in game number 1 of the series, was 2 for 3. Had an RBI hit in that one. As he takes that one low for ball 2. If he were to get on, A.J. Vigliotti would come up next. So, Lions will try to record this final out here. And there's a swing and a miss from Weigel to make it 2-1. Is going to be a tough hopper for Keene, but he makes a great play and flips it to second to record the final out of the top of the second inning. But not before the Dolphins attack for one more run here in the top of the second. We now head to the bottom of the second inning. Lions coming to the plate. They now trail this one 4-1.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back here at the College of Staten Island for the bottom of the second inning here between the Dolphins and the Lions. CSI getting another run at the top of the second inning on the pass ball. They now lead this one 4-1. John Esposito once again has a 3-run lead heading into the bottom of the inning. On a run the last inning on an RBI groundout, almost became 2 runs for Molloy. But the Dolphins were able to turn a double play to end the inning. As Aiden Larkin will lead off for the Lions. Larkin in game 1 was 1 for 3 with an RBI. As he hits that one foul. It'll be Larkin, Peralta, and McAloney for the Lions here in the bottom of the second inning. As that one's low for ball 1. The 1-1 from Esposito. Yeah, that one's drilled into center field. That's going to be a tough play, and that one's going to go all the way to the wall. Larkin will stay at second as he has a leadoff double here in the bottom of the second inning. Larkin just ripped that one into left center field. There would be no chance for Riley there in center. It gives Chris Peralta an RBI opportunity. And he had a couple of those in game number 1. He was 3 for 5 with 2 RBIs. Also scored 3 times in that game. Chance here to trim the deficit once again. As he takes the ball 1-0. Inside for ball 2. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Peralta looking to make damage with that swing there. Was just a little bit late on that one. 2-1. And strike 2. Esposito a strike away from a big out number 1 here. 2-2. Half swing, it will not matter. That one is strike 3. And a big out number 1 for John Esposito. As Gavin McAloney comes up to the plate. We saw in that game against Queens College, Esposito had given up a couple of leadoff doubles, but was able to work out of the jam. We'll try to do that again in this situation. As that one is grounded to short. That's going to be a tough play for Cipolleti. He throws it to third. And he got him. Heads up defensive play by Nick Cipolleti as they get the force at third base to get the second out of the inning. Cipolleti had really no chance to make the throw to first. Had only one play, and that was the third. And he makes another big-time play there to record the second out of the inning. As that one is fouled off. Stephen Kalika coming up to the plate for the Lions. In limited action, Kalika is hitting .316. Has 2 home runs, 7 RBIs. Slugging percentage is very good as Esposito threw it back to first base to check the runner. Owen won the count. And that one misses for ball 1. The 1-1. I'll say Kalika maybe got a piece of that one. And it's now 1-2. And that one's inside for ball 2. Twos all over the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the second inning. As Kalika fouls that one off. And that one is swung on and missed for strike 3. John Esposito gets out of the jam and keeps it a 4-1 lead for the Dolphins. We now head to the top of the third inning. The Dolphins lead this one 4-1.
Baseball for me just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Top of the third inning here at the College of Side Island. The Dolphins lead the Lions 4-1. A.J. Vigliotti will get things going for CSI here in the top of the third inning. Vigliotti bringing home a run his first time up, as he takes the ball 1-0. And that one is low for ball 2. Vigliotti hits that one into left field, and it takes a big bounce for a base hit. Vigliotti just continues to hit. He gets another base hit there, and the Dolphins have a leadoff single. And now bring up Tyler Martinez. Martinez 0 for 1 on the day, did drive home a run his last time up, as he takes a strike. And that one's it for strike 2. Be an 0-2 to Martinez here. And he swings and misses at a ball in the dirt for strike 3. And a big out number 1 for Brian Morrissey. And that'll bring up Brian Burkhead. Burkhead hits that one foul. Ground ball to first base. They're only going to have one play at first. And the step on the bag is made by McCarthy for out number 2. So Burkhead does advance the runner and gives Nick Cipoletti an opportunity to bring home, get an RBI. Cipoletti with a hit in his last at bat and was able to come home on the pass ball. Kind of a half-hearted fake throw from Morrissey there. As Vigliotti on second, 2 outs. Cipoletti with an RBI opportunity here as he swings and misses for the first strike. Ground ball to McAloney. He'll throw it onto first, and that will retire the side. Brian Morrissey is able to work out of the jam and keep A.J. Vigliotti from scoring. We head now to the bottom of the 3rd inning. The Dolphins on top, 4-1.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Bottom of the 3rd inning here at CSI. The Dolphins lead the Lions 4-1. CSI had an opportunity to add to their lead in the previous half inning. But Brian Morrissey was able to work out of the jam and keep this a 3-run lead. Robbie Keane will lead it off from Molloy as they try to trim this deficit from CSI. Keane with his first plate appearance of this game. He was 1 for 4 with an RBI in game number 1 as he fouls that one off. Oh, 1 is outside, ball 1. One from Esposito. And it's high for ball 2. Two one, and that one is also fouled off, and it's now 2-2. Esposito worked out of the jam in the previous inning. We're going to start off the bottom of the third inning with a strikeout right here. Here comes the 2-2. That one is hit it into left field, but it's going foul. Just right by the CSI bullpen. Count remains 2-2. Two and two again from Esposito. And he just misses on the outside corner for ball 3. Full count, 3-2. And Keene hits this one into center. Riley is there, and he catches it for the first out of the bottom of the third inning. A long at-bat for Keene. But a good job of Riley to track that one down despite the sun here today. As the Lions' top of the order is back up in Tom Lebrecht. Lebrecht 0 for 1 on the day. He shows bunt, and it's strike one. Lebrecht had 3 RBIs in game number 1 of this doubleheader. As he fouls that one off. And he is quickly behind in the count, 0-2. Oh-2 count. Here's the pitch from Esposito. High for ball 1. Gotta believe Esposito's going to try to make him chase on this next pitch here. Up in the count, 1-2. And it's inside for ball 2. Would not be able to chase on that one. And the count now is 2-2 for Lebrecht. The 2-2 from Esposito is fouled off. A long at bat for Keene. Lebrecht looking to do the same as they try to work Esposito's pitch count early in this game. And that one is in the dirt for ball 3. So for the second straight batter, the Lions have a 3-2 count. And a 3-2 from Esposito. Grounded, foul, still 3-2. Another 3-2 from Esposito. And it is swung on and missed for strike 3. Another strikeout for John Esposito. And another long at bat. But it's now 2 away for the CSI pitcher. Scavelli chops that one to Cipolleti. Has to throw it in time. And he gets the out at first to retire the side. Lions go down 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the third inning. We head to the top of the fourth with the Dolphins leading 4-1.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Jake Myers will lead off the top of the fourth inning here at the College of Staten Island with the Dolphins on top, 4-1. And he goes first pitch swinging, and is a single up the middle. A lead-off single for Jake Myers here in the top of the fourth inning. And that is now the 7th hit of the game for CSI. And that'll bring up Christopher Riley. Riley 0 for 1 so far as they check the runner at first. The third baseman creep it in as Riley did show bunt, and there is a strike. Dolphins had 6 hits total in game number 1 of this doubleheader. They now have 7 here in game number 2, here in the top of the fourth inning, as Riley again showing bunt, and it goes foul. And he will not be able to bunt now with an 0-2 pitch. It'll be an 0-2 to Riley. And that one is in the dirt for ball 1. Jake Myers has attempted stolen bases on the season, but is 0 for 3 on the year, as that one is also in the dirt. Good job by Kalika to keep it in front of him, so preventing the runner from moving to first and second, as now the count is 2-2. That one is swung on and missed, but Riley will get another opportunity as it went, as the catcher Kalika could not hang on to it. Another chance for Riley here. Two-two pitch. Chopper, and it's over the first baseman's head. It's a base hit. Myers is heading all the way to third. He will be in there standing. It's a base hit for Christopher Riley, the 8th hit for the Dolphins, and they now have first and third, nobody out, and the top of the order coming to bat. And it brings up Michael Kehoe now. See if Riley tries to steal second to prevent the double play ball, as Kehoe fouls that one back. There goes Riley, and the ball is in the dirt, and Riley will be in there standing. And now with that stolen base, it prevents any double play ball for Molloy. So great heads-up base running by the Dolphins. One-one. Swung on and missed for strike 2. For Riley, that's now his 3rd stolen base of the season. Big 1-2 pitch here. And Keogh will at least bring home one. Catch is made in center field. Both runners will tag. Myers is going to score. Runner at third base is safe. And the Dolphins now have a 5-1 lead. A sacrifice fly from Michael Keogh does the trick, as the Dolphins now have a 4-run lead. Runner on third, one out for Shendi Ulaj. Shendi already 2 for 2 today as he takes the ball. And you see it on your screen. The Lions defense is in, trying to prevent another run from coming in. The 1-0. And that one's going to get by the catcher. And that will be another run for the Dolphins. Riley will score on the wild pitch. And CSI now has a 6-1 lead. Could not have asked for a better start if you're the Dolphins. Now a 6-1 lead here in the top of the fourth inning and a 2-0 count for Shendi Ulaj. And it's now 2-1. And that one is fouled back. Morrissey, very quick, getting ready with his pitches. Already in the windup. As here's the 2-2. And that one is again fouled off. Two. That one is swung on and missed, but it was now caught, so it's still 2-2. Just fouled off by Ulaj. First, did not seem like he had any contact with the ball. Remains 2-2. And this time, he swings and misses for strike 3. Ulaj is retired for the second out at the top of the fourth inning. And it brings up Vincent Weigel. As Vincent Weigel takes the first pitch for a ball. He is 0 for 1 with a walk as he fouls that one off to make it 1-1. 1-1 is ripped into right field. Going to be a tough play for Manacero, but he's able to make the catch to retire the side. But not before the Dolphins attack for 2 more runs here in the top of the fourth inning. We head to the bottom of the fourth inning. The Dolphins lead this one now, 6-1.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Anthony Manacero will lead it off here in the bottom of the fourth inning for the Lions. They now trail this one 6-1 as the Dolphins got 2 runs in the previous half inning. As Manacero takes the first pitch strike. Manacero saving another run from coming in as he caught the final out at the top of the fourth inning. And he rips that one into right center field for a base hit. He will hold at first base with a lead-off single as Manacero is on. And now Manacero's going to second because of the bad throw. And that is a very, very costly mistake from CSI. That's going to go down as a single and an error on the play. And now the Lions have a runner in scoring position. CSI had a lot of mistakes in game number 1 of this doubleheader. They could not have afforded that there. As that one is fouled off. Jake McCarthy at the plate. He is 0 for 1 in the day. Hit from Manacero gives him now his second hit of the game. He has 2 of the 3 hits for the Lions today. And now quickly an 0-2 count for McCarthy. O2 coming up from Esposito. And that one is again fouled off. O2 from Esposito. Up the middle, and it's in for a base hit. The runner will score from second. It is an RBI single for Jake McCarthy, and the Lions trim the deficit now. It's 6-2. And that error does prove costly to the Dolphins, as they're going to check Esposito. Esposito did go down on that chopper up the middle, but he is going to stay in the game. And if you're a Dolphin fan, that's a good sign to see, as that brings up Aiden Larkin coming up for the Lions. Chopper to third. Going to be a tough play for Weigel, and it's going to force Ulaj off the bag. We'll have to see how they score that one. He'll be first and second now for the Lions. Still no one out. Or they actually ruled out a foul ball. It looked like at first that was a fair ball. But the call on the field was foul. It says McCarthy back to first, and it's now 0-1. That one is swung on and missed for strike 2. Esposito looking for a big strikeout here to get the first out of the inning. And he just misses it there. It looked like strike 3. No call from the home plate umpire. And it's now 1-2. It'll be a 1-2 from Esposito as he throws it back to first base to check the runner. One and two the count. Esposito looking for a K. Ground ball. It's off of Cipolletti's glove, and that's going to lead to a single. Cipolletti tried his best to make a great diving play like he did in Game 1. Just goes off the glove, and the Lions get another base hit. Here's a second look at the play. Scorching ground ball off of his glove, and it leads to a single. And now first and second for the Lions. No one is out. As there's strike number one. Chris Peralta at the plate for the Lions. Talk about how his big performance in game number 1. Looking to do some damage here and trim the deficit as he fouls that one off to make it 0-2. If you're John Esposito, you're looking for a strikeout pitch here or maybe something to turn a double play as he tries to get out of the jam with this 4-run lead. It'll be an 0-2. And Peralta just gets a piece of it to foul that one off. Oh, 0-2 once again to Peralta. That one is up the middle. Could be 2. Cipolletti steps on the bag for 1. Throw on to first. It is in time. That is a huge double play forced by the Dolphins. And there's now 2 away. Runner does advance to third on the double play force, but that is a huge double play for CSI turn there. And now Esposito is 1 out away from keeping this a 6-2 game. As there's a ball, 1-0. Gavin McAloney up at the plate for the Lions. Trying to cut the deficit with a single right here. And he swings and misses for strike 1. Esposito just around the 60 pitch mark here in the bottom of the 4th inning. As that one's outside for ball 2. Two and 1 count from Esposito. Runner on third, 2 outs. And that one is fouled off to make it 2-2. That one's a ground ball, and Cipolletti will not have a play at short. It's a base hit. The Lions will get their 3rd run of the game on the RBI hit, and it's now a 6-3 lead for CSI. An RBI hit for Gavin McAloney. And now a 6-3 CSI lead. And if the Lions are able to get another runner on, they will have the tying run at the plate. That one's hit into left field. Burkhead makes the play, and the side is retired. But not before the Lions attack for 2 runs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. We now head to the top of the 5th. Dolphins' lead now is 6-3. Top of the fifth inning here at the College of Staten Island. The Dolphins' lead now is trimmed 6-3 after Molloy scored 2 runs in the bottom of the fourth inning. Dolphins coming to the bat here. It will be Vigliotti leading off for the Dolphins. They will have the 4, 5, and 6 hitters up in the inning as they try to once again extend their lead. Ryan Morrissey out for another inning as he looks to keep it 6-3. As I said, A.J. Vigliotti will lead off the inning for the Dolphins. Had himself a nice start to this game already. He's 2 for 2 with an RBI and a run scored. As he takes the first pitch in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0 is called for a strike. On the outside, 2-1. That one is a little blooper in the right field. That might be a double for Vigliotti. He'll stay at first base. It is a lead-off single for the CSI designated hitter. It's their 9th hit of the game, and he's got 3 of them now. He's now 3 for 3. Once again, Vigliotti with the ball pretty much on the other batter's box, and he's able to drill it into right field. As Martinez hits a grounder to third. Throw to second, there's 1. On to first, it's a double play. 5-4-3 double play turn by the Lions defense, and there's quickly 2 away. And now bring up Brian Burkhead. And that one is swung on a miss, strike 1. And another big swing and miss for strike 2. Quickly down the count, 0-2. And Burkhead swings and misses at 3 straight pitches, and the side is retired. A very quick top of the 5th inning here at the College of Staten Island. We now head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Dolphins' lead is 6-3. Bottom of the 5th inning here at the College of Staten Island. The CSI Dolphins lead the Molloy Lions 6-3. Molloy was able to attack for 2 runs in the previous inning, the bottom of the 4th inning. Now let's see if they can try to trim the deficit once again here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Very quick top of the 5th. Dolphins got a leadoff runner, then the double play, and then the strikeout to end the inning. As Esposito's first pitch of the inning is a ball, 1-0. 9-1-2 for the Lions in the inning. It will be Keene, Lebrecht, and Scavelli for Molloy. As that one's called for a strike. One to Keene. Outside for ball 2. And that one is fouled off to make it 2-2. Two and 2 count for Keene. And that one is going to be a fly, pretty much a line out to center field and caught by Riley for out number 1. Looked like at first it was maybe going to drop for a single, but Riley, with a nice defensive alignment, was able to make the play to record the first out of the bottom of the 5th inning. And it brings the top of the order up for the Lions as here comes Thomas Lebrecht. Lebrecht hit this one to right field. Martinez is there to record the out, and there are 2 away. And it brings up Garrett Scavelli. Scavelli 0 for 1 has also walked and has scored in a run today. As that one is called for a ball, 1-0. Ground ball to short, and Cipoletti is not able to make the play, and it will keep the inning going for the Lions. That will go down as the second CSI error, and it will bring up Anthony Manacero. Dolphins were an out away. Getting out of the inning. The error keeps the inning going for the Lions. As Anthony Manacero is up and he took the first pitch for a ball to make it 1-0. Esposito check out the runner at first. As the 1-0 is called for a strike 1. Scavelli 5 for 5 coming into this doubleheader in stolen base attempts. As that one is a little dribbler to the mound. Esposito's got a tough play at first, and it gets past Ulaj. That might bring home the run, and it will. Runner will advance to third on the throw, and it's now a 6-4 lead for the Dolphins as Molloy attacks on another run on another CSI error. It was a very, very tough play for Esposito to try to get the throw to first base, and the throw was offline, and it allows the fourth run of the game for Molloy and the third error of the game for CSI. And it brings up Jake McCarthy now, and he is now the tying run at the plate. McCarthy has shown some power. He does have 2 home runs on the season. A single here, though, would bring home the 5th run of the game and would make it a 6-5 game. Back-to-back errors for the Dolphins. They're trying to get out of this one as there's a swing and a miss. 0-1. The 0-1. Inside for ball one. The 1-1. Grounded. What a play by Cipoletti. Throw on to first is in time. Dolphins needed that one as Nick Cipoletti gets a big-time defensive play there to retire the side. We now head to the top of the 6th inning. The CSI lead now is 6-4. Top of the 6th inning here at the College of Staten Island. Nick Cipoletti will lead it off for the Dolphins as the CSI lead now is 6-4. AJ Verga was warming up in the Lion bullpen, so that's something to keep note of as the first pitch was a ball to Cipoletti. Fly ball into center field. Scavelli will make the play, and there's one away. Now bring up Jake Myers. Myers is 1 for 1 today, also has a sacrifice as he takes a first pitch strike. That one is a line drive right to the shortstop Larkin, and there's 2 away. And that'll bring up Christopher Riley. Riley today 1 for 2 with a stolen base. Look to keep the inning going for the Dolphins as they try to add on to their lead. And he takes a first pitch strike. Ground ball up the middle, going to be a tough play for Keene. Throws it on to first, and that is a 1-2-3 inning for Brian Morrissey. We now head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Dolphins still lead 6-4. Bottom of the 6th inning here at CSI. The Dolphins lead this one 6-4 over the Molloy Lions. John Esposito coming out for his 6th inning of work, looking to keep this a 2-run lead for the Dolphins. As that one is fouled away, 0-1. Lions will have Larkin, Peralta, and McAloney up here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 5, 6, and 7. As there's a call, strike 2. It's like Alex Martinez is starting to get stretched and maybe going to be coming into this game at some point, depending on how Esposito finishes off. As there's a fly ball to right field, Martinez makes the play, and there's one away. That brings up Chris Peralta. Esposito just around 80 pitches in his pitch count, so he could go the distance, and it could save the Dolphins potential from going to their bullpen in this game. But it will really depend on how Martinez does in this 6th inning, I should say, as there's a foul ball. Peralta in this game is 0 for 2. And he swings and misses for strike 2. Big 0-2 pitch here for John Esposito. And that one just misses for ball 1. The 1-2. That one is swung on and missed for strike 3. John Esposito records the 2nd out of the inning with a big strikeout. And there is 2 away here at the bottom of the 6th inning. And it brings up Gavin McAloney for the Lions. McAloney is 1 for 2 with an RBI to his belt today. As he fouls that one off. Esposito on the last inning recorded the first 2 outs, but then 2 costly errors for the Dolphins brought home that 4th run. Dolphins hoping to avoid that here in this inning, as Esposito looks to potentially come out for the 7th inning to try to get the complete game. And that one misses on the outside for ball 1. Be a 1-1 count from Esposito. And it's fouled off for strike 2. Esposito now a strike away from getting out of the inning. Looking for strikeout number 6 on the day. The 1-2 is again fouled off. If McAloney were to get on, it would bring up Stephen Kalika. Now a 2-2 count here for John Esposito. That one misses. Check over for the first base umpire, and it's now ball 3. So Esposito was up in the count, now down in the count, 3-2. Tying run could be on deck. A 3-2. And it misses for ball 4. And it will give the Lions a chance here as now the tying run is at the plate in Stephen Kalika. First pitch to Kalika, and he hits this one into left field. Burkhead trying to battle the sun, makes the play to record the final out of the bottom of the 6th inning. Molloy brings the tying run to the plate, but is not able to do any damage as they leave one runner on. We now head to the top of the 7th. Dolphins looking to add to their lead with some insurance runs. They lead this one 6-4. Michael Kehoe leading off here in the top of the 7th inning. CSI leads this one 6-4 as they try to get some insurance runs. Richard Gennaro warming up in the Lion bullpen as there's a strike from Michael Kehoe. The first pitch was a ball. This one's a strike. Now it's 1-1. That one almost hitting Kehoe, and it's now 2-1. Kehoe today 1 for 2 with an RBI hit. Looking to get a leadoff base runner for the Dolphins here. Grounds into short. Could be a tough play for Larkin with Kehoe's speed, and they just get him in time to record the first out of the top of the 7th inning. Now bring up Shendi Ulaj. Ulaj 2 for 3 today with a run scored. Mentioned earlier, Alex Martinez up in the CSI bullpen. Be interesting to see if the Dolphins go with him in the bottom of the 7th inning or if they stick with John Esposito. Ground ball, it's through the middle for a base hit. Right between the third baseman and shortstop. It's a 1-out single for Shendi Ulaj, and it's the Dolphins' 10th hit of the game. Man, I'll bring up Vincent Weigel. Weigel 0 for 2 today with a run scored as he was walked earlier. CSI freshman trying to get on here. Dolphins trying to extend their lead. And Weigel hits this one to right field. Manacero will make the play. They try to get Ulaj at first base. It will not be in time. And there's 2 away. And that'll bring up A.J. Vigliotti here. Vigliotti today 3 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. Continues his red-hot pace as he takes the first pitch strike. Vigliotti with a base hit in between the shortstop and the third baseman. And Vigliotti now 4 for 4 on the day. It's the Dolphins' 11th hit now. And it gives Tyler Martinez an RBI opportunity here with 2 outs. Martinez today is 0 for 3, does already have an RBI to his day. Looking to add here with a single as the Dolphins try to extend their lead and get some insurance going into the bottom of the 7th inning. Brian Burkhead on deck. Would be interesting to see if Martinez gets on, if the Lions go to the lefty in their bullpen. As Martinez fouls that one off. A.J. Verger was the Lions pitcher warming up for them. He is a left-handed pitcher, so if Burkhead were to get on, it would be a lefty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. And that one is fouled. And quickly Martinez is down the count 0-2. Brian Morrissey still on for the Lions, looking to go the full distance in the 7 innings and try to keep this game within reach for Molloy going into the bottom of the 7th. He's in a 2-strike count, looking to get a big strikeout here. And as he fakes the throw to second, count will remain 0-2. Martinez trying to bring home a run for the Dolphins. The 0-2. Misses for ball 1. Lions took game 1 of this doubleheader 12-3. Dolphins trying to split the doubleheader here. They will have a chance in the bottom of the 7th inning to win it. As they throw this one to second, and that could have been a very dangerous throw. As Ulaj is back to second base. Count remains 1-2. Huge pitch here, the 1-2. And it misses for ball 2. Martinez trying to work the count to get on base. A walk would load the bases for the Dolphins. Here's the 2-2 for Morrissey. And that one is fouled off. For Morrissey, he's just around the 90 pitch count here in the top of the 7th inning. Looking for a strikeout to get out of the jam. Another 2-2 pitch coming up to Martinez. And Martinez hits this one to shallow right. And Manasseh did not make the play. Ulaj will score. Vigliotti goes to third. It's an RBI single for Tyler Martinez. A big-time insurance run for the Dolphins. They lead it 7-4. Tyler Martinez with a big-time RBI hit as Manacero almost made a spectacular play in right field. Was just not able to make the grab, and it leads to the Dolphins getting a huge insurance run. They now lead this one 7-4. Here's a quick look at that one. As Brian Burkhead is up to the plate for the Dolphins. Morrissey stays in the game. You see Manacero almost makes the catch. As Burkhead pops this one up in foul territory. And the catch is not made. McAloney was not able to make the catch. That would have ended the inning. And that will go down as an error. And if Burkhead was to get on with an RBI hit, that is going to really sting for the Lions. And that one's called for a strike, and Burkhead quickly down the count 0-2. Morrissey once again a strike away from getting out of the inning. Burkhead looking to add to the Dolphin lead. The 0-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. Morrissey gets a big put out to end the top of the 7th inning. But the Dolphins attack for another run on the Tyler Martinez RBI single. We now head to the bottom of the 7th. Last chance for the Lions. They trail this one 7-4. Bottom of the 7th inning here at the College of Staten Island. The Dolphins adding to their lead with an RBI single from Tyler Martinez as they now lead this one 7-4 over the Lions. Last chance coming up for Molloy, and they will face John Esposito as he goes for the complete game in this one, looking for his second straight complete game as he tries to keep the Dolphins on top in this one. 7-4 lead. Esposito is coming into the inning, and if this pitch count is correct, at 93 pitches. So Esposito will have a chance here to get a second straight complete game coming off the great start he had against Queens. Looking to finish this one off here and give CSI a split of this doubleheader today. Lions taking game 1 12-3. Dolphins with a 3-run lead here in the bottom of the 7th inning, looking to hang on and split this doubleheader. As Robbie Keane will lead it off for Molloy. They will have 9-1-2 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Alex Martinez still up in the Dolphin bullpen. He is ready if needed. Dolphins hoping not to go to him as they want to give Esposito a chance. As there's a ball 1-0. CSI were to hold on, they would be 500 in conference. They would be 3-4, I should say, in conference play. As that one misses, and it's now 2-0. Lions looking for a rally here. And Keane is quickly up in the count 3-0. And if Esposito were to give up a leadoff walk, it'd be interesting to see what they do with that. As there's the first pitch strike, 3-1. Three and one to count on Keane. And there's a strike. It's now full at 3-2. Esposito looking for a huge punch out here, which would be number 6 of the game if he were to record it. The 3-2 pitch. Grounded through for a base hit. Robbie Keane is on with a lead-off single here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And the top of the order coming up for the Lions now, and Thomas Lebrecht. For now, this is Esposito's game to win. Martinez is ready if needed. Runner on first and nobody out. As that's a ball, 1-0. And Coach Morrow now will call for a mound visit as they want to talk it over with Esposito. We saw Esposito in the game against Queens. Got into some trouble in the 7th inning, gave up a run, but was able to finish the game after convincing his coach to stay in the game. Looking to do the exact same thing here after issuing the leadoff single. Down in the count, 1-0 to Lebrecht. Double play ball would be huge for CSI here. Esposito down the count 1-0. And there's a strike, 1-1. The 1-1. That one is line foul just near the press box. And it's now 1-2. One and two for Esposito, looking for the punch out here. And that one is again fouled. It'll be another 1-2 pitch. And misses for ball two. Lions trying to get the tying run at the plate. And the 2-2 is there for strike three. A very delayed strike three call, but the Dolphins get it, and it's a big out number one for John Esposito. And it brings up Garrett Scavelli. That's a huge punch out for Esposito. Now 6 on the day for him. And the Dolphins now a double play ball away from getting a big win. As there's a strike to make it 0-1. That one is lined into right field. Going to be trouble for Martinez. It's a fair ball. They will hold the runners at second and third. It's a double for Scavelli, and now the tying run comes to the plate for the Lions. Second and third, one out. And Anthony Manacero now is the tying run at the plate. First base is open, but it would allow the go-ahead run, or the winning run, in this case, up at the plate. As there's a ball, 1-0. Tension is certainly brewing here in the bottom of the 7th inning. A 7-4 lead for CSI. They're trying to hang on. And that one is ripped into right field, and it's going to fall in front of Martinez for a base hit. One run's going to score. They will hold the runner at third. It's an RBI single, and it's now a 7-5 lead, and that's going to lead to a CSI pitching change. A huge RBI hit to now make it 7-5 for the Dolphins, and now the winning run at the plate coming up for the Lions. But they will face a new pitcher, and that will be number 34, Alex Martinez. Martinez in the season has an ERA just above 8, 0-2, his 7th appearance. Looking for his second save of the season. He's pitched in 9 innings and has 11 strikeouts and 5 walks. And he's coming in a tough spot. A double play ball would get him out of this jam and give CSI the win. But the winning run is at the plate coming up for Molloy. And that will be Jake McCarthy. Manacero with that hit gives him now 3 in this game. 3 for 4 now with an RBI hit. And a 7-5 lead. And if you're a Dolphin fan, you're hoping that Martinez could come in this jam and finish it off for CSI and make sure that they can come out at least with a split of this doubleheader. Martinez is coming into a big-time spot for CSI. They really need him to get these final 2 outs of this game. Double play ball would do the trick. But it will not be easy with this tough Molloy lineup. Last time we saw Alex Martinez pitch was at Queens on the 27th. He pitched 1 inning, allowed 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and 2 strikeouts. So that's going to be what CSI is going to need right now in this situation, that type of performance, as they look to hold on and get the win, now being 7-5 here. And that insurance run from Martinez proves even bigger than it was, because instead of it being a 1-run lead for the Dolphins and the tying run at third, it's now a 2-run lead and the tying run at first base. McCarthy will come up to the plate for the Lions. In a big-time spot here. McCarthy today is 1 for 3, has an RBI already. Looking for his second one here. First and third, 1 out. We'll see if the Lions send the runner from first to second to try to avoid the double play ball, as there's a ball 1-0. If they were to do that, that would take the double play ball away. The runner goes. Dolphins will throw to second, and it's not in time. And now the tying run is in scoring position for the Lions, and it's a 2-0 count. First base is open, but CSI is in a world of trouble. Martinez has to figure out how to get out of this jam with CSI in the lead. The 2-0. That one is fouled off, now 2-1. Martinez trying to get his second save of the season and give John Esposito his second straight win. A 2-1 pitch right here. And that one is also fouled off. And Martinez is a strike away from a huge second out here. 2-2, 1 out, second and third for the Lions. The 2-2 for Martinez. That one is lined into right field, and Martinez is not going to have it play. 1 run will score for the Lions. That will be all that they get. And it's now a 7-6 game as Molloy attacks for another run here on the RBI single. Jake McCarthy delivers another RBI hit, and the Dolphins now are in a world of trouble. First and third, 1 out. Tying run at third. The winning run is at first for Molloy, and it brings up Aiden Larkin, who was 2 for 3. That's now the 10th hit of the game for Molloy. And there's a ball 1-0. Molloy at one point in this game trailing 6-1. But they have come back and now have made this a 1-run game and have a chance to walk it off right here. And it's a 2-0 count now for Larkin. Double play is in effect, but we'll see if the runner goes from first to try to avoid that. The 2-0. And he just misses, and now it's ball 3. And if he were to walk him here, that would load the bases for Chris Peralta. The 3-0. And there's a strike, 3-1. CSI faithful hoping that Martinez can turn something here and get them out of the jam. The 3-1. It's outside for ball 4. And the bases are now loaded for the Lions with 1 away. And now the winning run for Molloy is in scoring position at second base. And a single here could, in fact, be the game winner with Chris Peralta coming up. No open bases for the Dolphins. Dolphins do have the play at any base, so they can turn a double play anywhere. And if you're a CSI fan, that is all you can hope for in this situation. You're hoping for a double play ball here. We are in for a wild finish here at the College of Staten Island as Peralta's first pitch from Martinez is called for a ball 1-0. Martinez cannot afford to walk him here, or else the tying run would come in. The 1-0. And it's now 2-0. Two and 0 the count. Martinez needs this pitch here. And that one goes foul. It will be a 2-1 pitch to Peralta from Martinez. And that one is going to bring home at least one. It's going to be a sacrifice fly. The runner will tag to third. The throw to third is not going to be in time. And this game is tied. A sacrifice fly for Peralta. And it's now a 7-7 game here in the bottom of the seventh inning. And Gavin McAloney will have a chance to walk it off right here. A big sigh of relief for the Dolphins to record that second out, but McAloney with a single here would win it for Molloy. Martinez trying to get the final out and send this game into extras. As that one's on the outside for ball one. First base is open, and Kalika on deck for the Lions. The 1-0. Call for a strike. The 1-1. And a great job by Kehoe. If that ball gets to the backstop, it's going to be a walk-off wild pitch. Now the count 2-1. 2-1. Fly ball to right field. Martinez is there. And he makes the play to record the final out of the bottom of the seventh inning. But not before the Lions get 3 runs in this bottom of the seventh inning to tie the game at 7. We are going to extra innings, folks. We go to the top of the 8th. Dolphins and the Lions tied at 7. top of the 8th inning here at CSI. We have extra inning baseball here for the second game of this doubleheader, as the Dolphins and Lions are tied at 7. Couple of changes for the Lions, as now at first base is Grayson Salzer, and the new pitcher is Richard Gennaro. Gennaro on the year, 0-1. It'll be his 7th appearance out of the bullpen. 5.87 ERA. Does have a save. And look to keep this game tied, as Nick Cipoletti leads it off for the Dolphins and takes a first pitch ball. Lions attacking for 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning to tie this game and bring us to extra inning baseball. There's a slow dribbler to the pitcher. Throw on from Gennaro is in time to record out number 1. And now I'll bring up Jake Myers. Myers today is 1 for 2. Dolphins trying to get the go-ahead runner on base, as Myers takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. That one is way inside for ball number 2. Two and 0 count. And quickly, Myers is up in the count, 3-0. Christopher Riley on deck for CSI. Myers trying to get on. Try to get the Dolphins a chance to take back the lead. And he gets on with a 4-pitch walk. So a lead-off walk, or I should say a 1-out walk for Myers, and it brings up Christopher Riley. That one in the dirt for ball 1. Stephen Kalika up in the Dolphin bullpen. Looks like the Dolphins will turn to him in the bottom of the 8th inning, as they look over at the runner at first base of Myers. Still 1-0 in the count for Riley. Riley today 1 for 3, as he takes a strike. That one is fouled back, and it's now 1-2. One and 2 the count to Riley. Myers is at first. He represents the go-ahead run. The 1-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3. Big time punch out for Gennaro, and they're 2 away. And it brings up the top of the order for CSI as Michael Kehoe is up. Kehoe 1 for 3 today with an RBI. Anything into the gap would potentially bring home the run, as Kehoe takes the first pitch strike. It'll be an 0-1 to Kehoe. And it's low for ball 1. Ground ball to short. Going to be a tough play for Larkin. He throws it to second, and a good defensive play by the Lions shortstop to record the final out of the top of the 8th inning. Dolphins strand a runner on first, and the Lions will have a chance to walk it off in the bottom of the 8th inning. Dolphins and Lions tied at 7 apiece. bottom of the 8th inning here at the College of Staten Island, as the Dolphins and Lions are tied at 7 apiece. Lions looking to walk it off here in the bottom of the 8th inning. We have the traditional game 1 going 9 innings. We are now at 8 innings here in game number 2. And the Lions looking to walk it off here after scoring 3 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Alex Martinez comes out for the Dolphins. Will pitch another inning, and he'll face Stephen Kalika to lead off. We almost had the Stephen Kalika versus Stephen Kalika matchup. The Dolphins did not go to Stephen Kalika out of relief. He was warming up in their bullpen, so we'll see if he comes on out in relief. Martinez's first pitch was high for ball 1. And that one is in there for a strike. That one misses for ball 2. 8, 9, and 1 coming up for the Lions in this inning. Kalika, Keene, and Lebrecht for the Lions. And the 2-1 is fouled off, and it's now 2-2. It'll be a 2-2 pitch. And that one is shot foul. Two and two. Is on the outside for ball 3. Full count, 3-2 to Kalika. And call for strike 3. Another delayed strike 3 call, but the CSI Dolphins get it, and it's a big out number 1 forced by Alex Martinez. And that will bring up Robbie Keene. And if you're CSI, that's exactly what you need early on in this inning. As that one is a ball and goes to the backstop, 1-0. Martinez trying to send this one to the 9th inning. As that one misses for ball 2. Two-0 to Keene, and it plunks him. And the winning run is now on first base for the Lions. And now Tom Lebrecht will have a great opportunity here. Lebrecht is 0 for 4 on the day. But one swing would make up for that as he tries to give the Lions the win. Keene is 3 for 4 in stolen base attempts this season, going into today's doubleheader. So we'll be curious to see if maybe they send him at any point in this at-bat. But with a tie game, it would be very dangerous to do so. Lebrecht lays down the bunt, and he misses for strike 1. Oh, and 1 the count to Lebrecht. Looking to do some damage here as that one misses for ball 1. Stephen Kalika once again warming up in the Dolphin bullpen as Martinez checks the runner at first. And once again, Martinez checks the runner at first. One and 1 the count. And that's a swing and a miss from Lebrecht. And it's now 1-2. And Martinez now a strike away from a big time out number 2 here in the bottom of the 8th inning with the runner on first. The 1-2. That was just chopped foul down the first base line to remain 1-2. Great crowd here at the College of Staten Island looking to see how this one will finish off. 7-7 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Molloy trying to walk it off to sweep today's doubleheader. Half swing. What will be the call? It's called for strike 3. And the Dolphins faithful love to see that one. It's a huge second out for Martinez. And the Dolphins are an out away from sending this game into the top of the 9th inning. And that will bring up Garrett Scavelli. Scavelli today is 1 for 3, has scored 3 times in this game. As that one misses for a ball. And that one's in there for a strike. One and one to count to Scavelli. And he swings and misses for strike number 2. And Martinez a strike away from sending this game into the top of the 9th inning. The 1-2. Chopper to third. It'll be a tough play for Weigel. He throws it on to first, and they got him in time. That was a very close play at first base, but the Dolphins get the out recorded to end the bottom of the 9th inning. We will head now to the top of the 9th. Dolphins looking to take back the lead. This one is tied at 7. Top of the 9th inning here at the College of Staten Island. This game is tied at 7 apiece. Shendi Ulaj will lead it off for the Dolphins here as they try to regain the lead here in the top of the 9th inning. And there's a strike as Richard Gennaro is on for his 2nd inning of relief. And that one misses high for ball 1. Ulaj had himself a great day at the plate, 3 for 4, and has scored twice. As that one misses for a ball, 2-1. 2, 3, and 4 for the Dolphins. Ulaj, Weigel, and Vigliotti here at the top of the 9th inning. As that one is in there for a strike, now 2-2. It'll be a 2-2. And a half-hearted swing from Ulaj is called for strike 3. And there is one away here in the top of the 9th inning. And I'll bring up Vincent Weigel. Weigel today 0 for 3 with a run scored. As he's already down in the count, 0-1. That one misses for a ball, 1-1. Weigel trying to give Vigliotti a chance as he swings and misses for strike 2. And that one misses for a ball, 2-2. And that one is on the outside, and now it's full at 3-2. So Weigel has a chance right here to work a walk. The 3-2. Half swing. Did he go? He did. Strike 3. And that's a huge second out forced by Gennaro. And it'll bring up A.J. Vigliotti now. Vigliotti is 4 for 4 on the day. And he hits this one into right field. That one is carrying, and it's over the right fielder's head. Vigliotti rounds first, heads to second, and he's on with a 2-out double. And the Dolphins now have the go-ahead run in scoring position. There's a quick replay of the Vigliotti double, swinging on the first pitch. And he is into second with a big 2-out double, and Tyler Martinez, who had a RBI his last time up, has a chance here for another RBI as he takes a first pitch strike. If not for Martinez's hit in the top of the 7th inning, the Lions would walked it off in the bottom of the 7th. And that one is in there for strike 2. It'll be an 0-2 to Martinez. And that one's on the outside for ball 1. Lions cheering on their pitcher. 1-2. Martinez trying to give the Dolphins the lead. And he just gets a piece of that one to remain in the count 1-2. One, 2-2 the count, or 1-2 the count. And that one is in there for strike 3. Martinez is down on strikes, and that will retire the side for the Dolphins. We now head to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Lions will look to walk this one off. This game is tied at 7. Bottom of the 9th inning here at the College of Staten Island. This game tied at 7 apiece. CSI had a great opportunity in the top of the inning to bring home the go-ahead run. With Richard Gennaro getting a strikeout on Tyler Martinez to end the top of the 9th inning. And once again, another chance for Molloy here, now in the bottom of the 9th inning, to walk this game off. Anthony Manacero will lead it off. It'll be 3, 4, and 5 from Molloy. As Manacero takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. Alex Martinez out for another inning of relief. And that one hits Manacero. And now the winning runs at first base as Mike Morrow is not happy with the call. as Grayson Salsa will get his first plate appearance of the day. And Salter's first plate appearance of the day could potentially be a huge one, as he looks to get the game-winning hit. On the young year, he's hitting .250, just 1 RBI in limited play, as he's up 1-0 in the count. They check the runner at first. Manicero is 4 for 4, or I should say was 4 for 4, coming into the series in stolen base attempts. As they lay down the bunt, but it's ruled a foul ball, and now it's 1-1. Salter trying to advance the runner into scoring position. Just missed it on that foul ball there. Let's see if he lays down the bunt here. The count being 1-1. He does again. Martinez will throw it onto first in time to record the first out of the inning. Runner does advance into second, so now the winning run is in scoring position for the Lions. And that'll bring up Aiden Larkin. He's 2 for 3 with a double in this game. And he could potentially walk it off right here from Molloy. Runner on second and 1 out. That one is caught by Martinez. He throws it a second, and the Dogs get the double play. Oh my goodness, what a double play forced by Alex Martinez. And the side is retired. One of the crazier double plays you'll see. Martinez catches it, throws it to Cipoletti, and they get the out forced at second base to retire the side. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading to the top of the 10th inning. This game's still tied at 7 apiece. And we are back at the College of Staten Island for the top of the 10th inning here. Tie game at 7 apiece, and CSI getting a big-time double play force in the bottom of the 9th inning. Alex Martinez catching a line drive and then getting the out at second base to retire the side and keep the game tied going into traditional extras, as now the Dolphins will have a pinch hitter. That's Christopher Hayes leading it off for CSI. In limited action this year, he's hitting .313 with an RBI, a .375 slugging percentage, and a .353 on-base percentage. And he takes the first pitch for a ball. If Martinez does not get a glove on that play, that one misses for a ball, this game could be over. But Martinez was able to make the catch and get the throw to second to keep it alive, as Hayes is quickly up in the count now, 3-0. The 3-0. And it misses for ball 4. So Hayes gets pinch hit, and he gets a walk on 4 straight pitches to lead off the top of the 10th. And that will bring up Nick Cipoletti. Cipoletti 1 for 4 on the day with a run scored, as CSI will pinch run. Joe Salito will come in to pinch run for the Dolphins as they try to get some speed on the bases. Looks like AJ Verga once again warming up in the Lion bullpen. And the Dolphins get caught on the pickoff. Ladies and gentlemen, this game just gets more unbelievable as it goes on, as Gennaro gets the pickoff to get the first out of the top of the 10th inning. Salito comes in as a pinch runner and is immediately picked off, as Cipolleti takes the ball 1-0. High pop-up. Kane's having trouble with it and almost misses the ball but makes the catch to record the second out. And that'll bring up Jake Myers. And Myers almost hit by the pitch. It's inside 1-0. Fly ball into shallow right center field. And Manacero is going to be the one to track it down to record the final out of the top of the 10th inning. We now head to the bottom of the 10th. Molloy looking to walk it off. They are tied with the Dolphins, 7-7. And we are back in the bottom of the 11th inning here at the College of Staten Island. This game still tied at 7 apiece. Anthony Iraci now the new Dolphin left fielder, as Alec Martinez comes out for another inning of relief. Martinez had an unbelievable double play forced in the bottom of the ninth to save the winning run from coming home, and has kept this game tied. Certainly one of the wildest games we have called this season. And it'll be interesting to see how this one finishes off as Chris Peralta leads it off for the Lions. And the first pitch for Peralta is swung on a miss for strike one. And that one is a ball, 1-1. Certainly an interesting game when your scoreboard is pretty much almost out of capacity, as we're here in the 10th inning. That one's outside for a ball. And from what I was told, there's also limited music left to be played. So, be interested to see what people in the next room do with the music for potentially another inning if the Dolphins were to get out of this one. It'll be a 2-2 count to Peralta here. And it's shot foul. The 2-2 pitch. And again, it is chopped foul. First game today started at 12 o'clock. Now 5:40 here at the College of Staten Island as Peralta hits that one into right field. Martinez is there to record the first out of the bottom of the 10th. This game started a little bit after 3 o'clock as Gavin McAloney comes up to the plate for the Lions. And we are almost approaching the 3-hour mark for this game. As the first pitch is a ball, 1-0. And that one also misses, and it's now quickly 2-0 for McAloney. There's a strike to make it 2-1. No one up in either bullpen for both sides. The 2-1. That one is ripped into left center field, and it's going to go over the head of the center fielder. They're sending him home. The inside the park homer has a potential, and Molloy is going to walk it off. It's a walk-off inside the park home run for Molloy, and they take this one in the bottom of the 10th inning, 8-7. And if you're the Dolphins now, you have to look out into center field. Christopher Riley seems to be injured on the play, and that is a really tough sight for CSI to see right now. And that is a heartbreaking loss for the Dolphins. And one of the craziest games we've seen all year, the Lions win it on a walk-off inside the park home run. And as we said earlier, we hope that Riley is okay on the play. He went to field the ball in center field. And it looks like he seems to be up. And that is a good sight to see for the Dolphins. Molloy will take this game 8-7. They sweep the doubleheader today, as the Dolphins look to make sure that their starting center fielder for game number 2 is okay. Is a replay of the hit, and you see Riley down in pain, and the Dolphins really had no chance, and it leads to the inside the park home run to give Molloy the win. So Gavin McAloney with the walk-off inside the park home run, a very unconventional walk-off home run. But with that, it's his second of the season, and it gives Molloy a huge 8-7 win here in game number 2 of this doubleheader. They sweep the doubleheader and will look to win this 4-game series tomorrow, as these two teams will once again meet After the crazy events that happened in this game, they will meet tomorrow in Rockville Center, New York, as Molloy and the Dolphins face each other once again. Dolphins losing the last two of this doubleheader. Lions now lead the series 2-1, with the series ending tomorrow, as the Dolphins will look to split that one on the road. And at least for CSI, it looks like Christopher Riley seems to be that he's okay in center field. Nonetheless, that is a good sight for CSI, at least that he is okay. But they lose a very big heartbreaker today as the Lions tie the game in the bottom of the 7th inning with 3 runs. Dolphins defense did their best to try to keep this one tied, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, the Lions walk it off with an inside-the-park home run from Gavin McAloney in the bottom of the 10th inning to take the doubleheader with a final of 8-7. They win Game 1 12-3, and this one 8-7. Next time that we will be here on CSI Sportsnet will be this Wednesday, as the baseball team will be back in action against East Stroudsburg University here at the CSI Baseball Complex at 1 p.m. We do expect Joe Foreman to be back for that broadcast. He will be on the call with Andrew Rotundo. So that will be a very big-time broadcast on Wednesday with those two. We'll see how they will fare in part to this game, because we had a very big wild one here in game number 2 of this doubleheader. It will be a very long week here at the College of Staten Island, as we have a bunch of baseball and softball action here. Let's see how the rest of the week fares after today's contest. But that is going to do it here from the College of Staten Island. Once again, the final score in game number 2 of this doubleheader. The Molloy Lions win this one 8-7 on the game-winning walk-off home inside the park home run from Gavin McAloney. They sweep the doubleheader. These two teams will meet again tomorrow in Rockville Center at 3 o'clock as the Dolphins look to split the series with the Lions. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Nicholas Bavona. I thank you all for tuning in to today's NCAA Division II baseball action.